Hello and welcome to the Rob Burgess Show. I'm of course your host, Rob Burgess. On this our 264th episode, a returning guest is Jonathan Fowler. Jonathan is the all-time most frequent guest of the Rob Burgess Show. For a complete list of his episodes, check the show notes. Jonathan graduated with a BA in History from Indiana University in 2006. He is an unabashed left-wing political junkie. He has lived and worked in South Korea for over a decade, trying to help the citizens of that great nation, hopefully, talk pretty one day. And now, on to the show. Yeah, so how's Korea today?
Oh, it was okay. It was been a busy week, I guess. Yeah. Friday night finally. But yeah, it's getting chillier over here. It's not cold exactly, but we're getting into the fall weather, certainly.
Yeah.
Yeah, how are things in Indiana?
Oh man, yeah, it's getting down to it. We're getting frost on the ground here in the mornings, so it's starting to get into the serious fall weather.
Okay. Yeah, well, we're getting close to the election day, right?
I know. There's one Scaramucci left.
Yeah. Is it what is it on the November 5th? Is that the election day this year?
It's Tuesday, so it would be the 5th, I believe. So, yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I remember last time it was on the 8th, so I was looking forward to the 8th, but then I was hearing the 5th, and I was like, oh, let me look at that. So, yeah, I have to get ready for the vote. Yeah, I got to get my ballot and everything from Indiana.
Did you already request it, or?
Not yet. I'm gonna probably next week.
Isn't it a little late, or?
No, I mean I can do it all in Indiana. We can do it by email, so it's just a matter of they send it to me. I print it out. I fill it out after doing my research about who everybody, who's the county commissioner candidate who's not a Republican, if such a candidate exists, and then I fill it out with pen, sign a few documents, whatever, giving up my right to a private ballot because I have to actually send the physical ballot directly to them, fax it back to them basically, or scan it and email it back to them. I've heard other states can't do that. I think like in New York you can't do it that way. They have to actually get a physical ballot or something.
Oh, geez.
By mail, which is obviously much slower and gives you a shorter window and less turnaround time. So
yeah.
But yeah, so I gotta get ready for that. So we we did the vice presidential debate here.
Yes.
So yeah, I mean, I know last time we had talked a little bit about like what do we expect them to have to do going into it? What did we think they needed to accomplish? What did they need to avoid doing or something? And I don't know. I tried to think about that a little bit. Did you have any ideas there at all, or?
I mean, I felt like Vance definitely did what he needed to do. I'm not sure Waltz did what he needed to do. I think he was and we can get into this later, but I feel like he was like a little overly complimentary and making JD Vance more humanized than maybe he deserves given his positions and past comments.
Yeah. Well, I did think like, I mean, the only thing I could really think that Walz needed to do was to, keep going with the Republicans are weird kind of stuff. But the problem is like, when Vance is on a right wing, talk show or podcast or something, he lets his freak flag fly with all the, the cat ladies and all this stuff and all this crazy stuff. But like, when he's on a debate stage representing Donald Trump and trying to be the sane half of that equation or whatever, he's like, he keeps it a little bit more buttoned down and professional. So it's,
Totally.
You can't really like, he's a crazy man. He's a crazy guy. You can't really say that when he seems like a normal human being right next to you. So
yeah,
I don't know that there was much opportunity. Yeah, I mean, I will say I've got a lot less notes this time, although I think last time I had 40 pages of the printed transcript, and this time I think I double spaced it so I had a little bit more room to write, and I got 50 pages this time. So I've got more pages, but actually like fewer notes. I mean, when Donald Trump's not on the stage, there's less noteworthy insanity to document, I guess, or to commentate on. But Yeah, I mean, a lot of it was just kind of, back and forth and statements of fact and, manipulation of statistics. What do they say? Somebody said there are lies, damn lies in statistics or something.
Yeah, that sounds right.
I think that's a quote. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I just to kind of like, because it's been about, I actually watched it last weekend and stuff, so it's not fresh in my mind totally. So I rewatched the first 10 pages while I was waiting here and stuff, and I was just kind of trying to see if there was anything to grab onto, and I'm just like, this is all, pretty uneventful. There's not a lot to really grab onto here, I don't think so.
Totally. Yeah, it was pretty anodyne compared to this the the freak show of the Trump anytime Trump's on stage. So
Yeah, Trump and Harris, there was a lot more back and forth, and Harris had some pretty good monologues in her points and stuff, and she got a few chances to kind of get up on her high horse there and deliver some pretty strong well, I don't even know what you could call it, but just appeals to sanity, appeals to the common decency of the common man or something.
yeah.
So yeah, well, so I can't guarantee we're going to hit another 5-hour pod this time, Bob.
That's fine. I don't need another 5-hour podcast.
We can try. Yeah.
No, we can. No, let's not try. Let's not and say we did.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many people could even get it, could even consume it before the election.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're talking about the CBS News hosting debate with Norah O'Donnell and Margaret Brennan. Apparently, it runs for 90 minutes. It's at the CBS Broadcast Center in New York. I confess I forgot. Okay, this is in October 1st, 2024. So, okay, we're getting a little bit, we're running a little bit late getting to this one, unfortunately.
As long as we get it up before the election.
we will have done our civic duty.
That's right.
Okay. Well, let's see where to begin. I suppose I guess we start at the beginning. Israel versus Iran is where they start.
Earlier today, Iran launched its largest attack yet on Israel, but that attack failed thanks to joint U.S. and Israeli defensive action. President Biden has deployed more than 40,000 U.S. military personnel and assets to that region over the past year to try to prevent a regional war. Iran is weakened, but the U.S. still considers it the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and it has drastically reduced the time it would take to develop a nuclear weapon. It is down now to 1 or 2 weeks' time. Governor Walz, if you were the final voice in the Situation Room, would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you. And thank you for those joining at home tonight. Let's keep in mind where this started. October 7th, Hamas terrorists massacred over 1,400 Israelis and took prisoners. Israel's ability to be able to defend itself is absolutely fundamental. Getting its hostages back, fundamental, and ending the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But the expansion of Israel and its proxies is an absolute fundamental necessity for the United States to have the steady leadership there. You saw it experienced today, where along with our Israeli partners and our coalition, able to stop the incoming attack. But what's fundamental here is that steady leadership is going to matter. It's clear, and the world saw it on that debate stage a few weeks ago, a nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump talking about crowd sizes is not what we need in this moment. But it's not just that. It's those that were closest to Donald Trump that understand how dangerous he is when the world is this dangerous. His chief of staff, John Kelly, said that he was the most flawed human being he'd ever met. And both of his secretaries of defense and his national security advisors said he should be nowhere near the White House. Now, the person closest to them, Donald Trump, said he's unfit for the highest office. That was Senator Vance. What we've seen out of Vice President Harris is we've seen steady leadership. We've seen a calmness that is able to draw on the coalitions to bring them together, understanding that our allies matter. When our allies see Donald Trump turn towards Vladimir Putin, turn towards North Korea, when we start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together, we will stay committed. And as the vice president said today we will protect our forces and our allied forces, and there will be consequences.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, the same question. Would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
So, Margaret, I want to answer the question. First of all, thanks, Governor. Thanks to CBS for hosting the debate. And thanks, most importantly, to the American people who are watching this evening and caring enough about this country to pay attention to this vice presidential debate. I want to answer the question, but I want to actually give an introduction to myself a little bit because I recognize a lot of Americans don't know who either one of us are. I was raised in a working class family. My mother required food assistance for periods of her life. My grandmother required Social Security help to raise me, and she raised me in part because my own mother struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. I went to college on the GI Bill after I enlisted in the Marine Corps and served in Iraq. And so I stand here asking to be your vice president with extraordinary gratitude for this country, for the American dream that made it possible for me to live my dreams. And most importantly, I know that a lot of you are worried about the chaos in the world and the feeling that the American dream is unattainable. I want to try to convince you tonight over the next 90 minutes that if we get better leadership in the White House, if we get Donald Trump back in the White House, the American dream is going to be attainable once again. Now, to answer this particular question, we have to remember that as much as Governor Walz just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos, Donald Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line. Iran, which launched this attack, has received over $100 billion in unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration. What do they use that money for? They use it to buy weapons that they're now launching against our allies, and God forbid, potentially launching against the United States as well. Donald Trump recognized that for people to fear the United States, you needed peace through strength. They needed to recognize that if they got out of line, the United States global leadership would put stability and peace back in the world. Now, you asked about a preemptive strike, Margaret, and I want to answer the question. Look, it is up to Israel what they think they need to do to keep their country safe, and we should support our allies wherever they are when they're fighting the bad guys. I think that's the right approach to take with the Israel question.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, do you care to respond to any of the allegations?
Well, look, Donald Trump was in office. We'll sometimes hear a revisionist history, but when Donald Trump was in office, it was Donald Trump who we had a coalition of nations that had boxed Iran's nuclear program in, the inability to advance it. Donald Trump pulled that program and put nothing else in its place. So Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon than they were before because of Donald Trump's fickle leadership. And when Iran shot down an American aircraft in international airspace, Donald Trump tweeted, because that's the standard diplomacy of Donald Trump. And when Iranian missiles did fall near U.S. troops and they received traumatic brain injuries, Donald Trump wrote it off as headaches. Look, our allies understand that Donald Trump is fickle. He will go to whoever has the most flattery or where it makes sense to him. Steady leadership like you witnessed today, like you witnessed in April. Both Iranian attacks were repelled. Our coalition is strong, and we need the steady leadership that Kamala Harris is providing.
Senator Vance, the U.S. did have a diplomatic deal with Iran to temporarily pause parts of its nuclear program, and President Trump did exit that deal. He recently said, just 5 days ago, the U.S. must now make a diplomatic deal with Iran because the consequences are impossible. Did he make a mistake? You have 1 minute.
Well, first of all, Margaret, diplomacy is not a dirty word, but I think that's something that Governor Walz just said is quite extraordinary. You yourself just said Iran is as close to a nuclear weapon today as they have ever been. And Governor Walz, you blamed Donald Trump. Who has been the vice president for the last 3.5 years? And the answer is your running mate, not mine. Donald Trump consistently made the world more secure. Now, we talk about the sequence of events that led us to where we are right now, and you can't ignore October the 7th, which I appreciate Governor Walz bringing up. But when did Iran and Hamas and their proxies attack Israel? It was during the administration of Kamala Harris. So Governor Walz can criticize Donald Trump's tweets, but effective, smart diplomacy and peace through strength is how you bring stability back to a very broken world. Donald Trump has already done it once before. Ask yourself at home, when was the last time, I'm 40 years old, when was the last time that an American president didn't have a major conflict break out? The only answer is during the 4 years that Donald Trump was president.
Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. Nora?
Margaret, thank you.
He asks Governor Walz, if you, this is Margaret Brennan, I think, has asked, Governor Walz, if you were the final voice in the Situation Room, would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes. So, okay. And, he doesn't really answer that question. He starts, well, it started on October 7th and da-da-da-da-da. And, Israel's our partner and coalition incoming. I don't know. There's just a bunch of kind of generalities and stuff. Then he, goes in on Trump. Trump is very dangerous. His own chief of staff, John Kelly, said he was the most flawed humanity he'd ever met and stuff. So people, his own secretaries have said he should be nowhere near the White House. Yeah. And even Senator Vance has criticized him and stuff. Kamala Harris, we've seen steady leadership, calmness, stuff like that. Donald Trump turns towards Vladimir Putin, turns towards North Korea. He's fickle about holding coalitions together on our side. Okay. Well, then, so he concludes, and then she goes to J.D. Vance, and he says, so Margaret, I want to answer the question. First of all, thanks, Governor. Then he goes into a big thing of introducing himself and talking about, his mother was on food stamps or something and all this other stuff. So again, probably, I don't know if it would have been a smarter idea before the first question to let them introduce themselves, because they obviously wanted to do that. But
Yeah.
Donald Trump in the White House, American dream is attainable again. Okay. Question was about Israel and Iran, sir. See, we unfroze the assets, stuff like that. Yeah. Anyways, there's some more back and forth about this. There was really not a whole lot. There's nothing noteworthy, and they don't really. I don't think the question was even asked in such a. I don't think the question. I don't think it's an interesting question to ask if America would support Israel preemptively striking Iran. I don't think that's the salient question to be asking about this whole issue right now. And, I don't think this is primarily an Iran versus Israel question. This is an Israel versus the Palestinian people question and the governments of the Palestinian people in both cases there. But that's not the question they asked. That's not the question they had to answer. And so once again, we get, two parties essentially competing to see who can support the right-wing Likud party of Israel more. And after the Likud party has made their preferences known regarding who should be our next president here. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
Did you have anything else about that stuff? Or?
Yeah, I feel like Walz kind of got off to a little bit of a shaky start. I feel like he improved as time went on, but I felt like he didn't really come out the gate the strongest.
Yeah, that's true. I definitely noticed when I was rewatching the beginning, he looked like a deer in the headlights when the first question came to him, and and it's hard because they've asked him a question about this, and he knows first he needs to kind of like introduce himself and thank people and all this other stuff first, and then he's going to try to sort of kind of get onto that question. So, but yeah, he definitely was a little shaky at the beginning. So,
but yeah, I don't know. What did you think of the moderators overall?
Trying to think about that now. This was not a question this is not how I would have broached this topic. I don't think this is the right way to broach this topic. So, I thought they did an okay job. I think throughout the debate, at one point, I think they cut people's mics. They tried to interrupt people. They tried to tried to basically hold people accountable to whose turn it was to talk for the most part. I think I want to say I think that J.D. Vance accused them of fact checking him at one point. I think that happened, and I guess that there was an agreement that there should be no fact checking from the moderators. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think from what I can recall,
I only asked because I saw a bunch of conservative people being all like, "Oh, so biased."
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, as who's the comedian and former senator, I believe, what was his name?
Frank.
Was it him that said that reality has a well-known liberal bias?
I think that was Stephen Colbert, but yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, yeah, the comedian, yeah. It's unfortunate for them that they are often arguing for unpopular and minority-supported positions, and in counterfactual ways, right? Like, or in ways that go against reality. So that's unfortunate. So anybody engaging with them can't help but note that at times, I think.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, you're only fact checking me, and it's like, well, if you're the one that's lying the most, you might get fact checked more if fact checking is in fact happening. So.
Yeah, it's like how they want nobody gets treated like Donald Trump. Everybody's so hard on him. At the same time, it's like, we've never had a president like Donald Trump. He's totally unique in the history of America and the world. Yeah, you've got a unique president. We're going to treat him differently because he acts differently.
Exactly.
Like, this is what you voted for. This is what you gave everybody. So don't get sanctimonious when he gets treated in a slightly, different way than a normal politician would.
Exactly.
Treated normally, he could act normally, but he won't. So, yeah. Well, our next topic was the Hurricane Helene and climate change, which is...
Let's turn now to Hurricane Helene. The storm could become one of the deadliest on record. More than 160 people are dead and hundreds more are missing. Scientists say climate change makes these hurricanes larger, stronger, and more deadly because of the historic rainfall. Senator Vance, according to CBS News polling, 7 in 10 Americans and more than 60% of Republicans under the age of 45 favor the U.S. taking steps to try and reduce climate change. Senator, what responsibility would the Trump administration have to try and reduce the impact of climate change? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Sure. So first of all, let's start with the hurricane, because it's an unbelievable, unspeakable human tragedy. I just saw today, actually, a photograph of 2 grandparents on a roof with a 6-year-old child, and it was the last photograph ever taken of them because the roof collapsed and those innocent people lost their lives. And I'm sure Governor Walz joins me in saying our hearts go out to those innocent people, our prayers go out to them, and we want as robust and aggressive as a federal response as we can get to save as many lives as possible, and then, of course, afterwards, to help the people in those communities rebuild. I mean, these are communities that I love. Some of them I know very personally in Appalachia, all across the Southeast. They need their government to do their job, and I commit that when Donald Trump is president again, the government will put the citizens of this country first when they suffer from a disaster. Now, Nora, you asked about climate change. I think this is a very important issue. Look, a lot of people are justifiably worried about all these crazy weather patterns. I think it's important for us, first of all, to say Donald Trump and I support clean air, clean water. We want the environment to be cleaner and safer. But one of the things that I've noticed some of our Democratic friends talking a lot about is a concern about carbon emissions, this idea that carbon emissions drives all of the climate change. Well, let's just say that's true, just for the sake of argument, so we're not arguing about weird science. Let's just say that's true. Well, if you believe that, what would you want to do? The answer is that you'd want to reshore as much American manufacturing as possible, and you'd want to produce as much energy as possible in the United States of America, because we're the cleanest economy in the entire world. What have Kamala Harris's policies actually led to? More energy production in China, more manufacturing overseas, more doing business in some of the dirtiest parts of the entire world. And when I say that, I mean the amount of carbon emissions they're doing per unit of economic output. So if we actually care about getting cleaner air and cleaner water, the best thing to do is to double down and invest in American workers and the American people. And unfortunately, Kamala Harris has done exactly the opposite.
Governor Walz, you have 2 minutes to respond.
Well, we got close to an agreement because all those things are happening. Look, first of all, it is a horrific tragedy with this hurricane. And my heart goes out to the folks that are down there in contact with the governors. I serve as co-chair of the Council of Governors as we work together on these emergency managements. Governors know no partisanship. They work together to all of the governors and the emergency responders are on the ground. Those happen on the front end. The federal government comes in, makes sure they're there to that we recover. But we're still in that phase where we need to make sure that they're staying there, staying focused. Now, look, coming back to the climate change issue, there's no doubt this thing roared onto the scene faster and stronger than anything we've seen. Senator Vance has said that there's a climate problem in the past. Donald Trump called it a hoax and then joked that these things would make more beachfront property to be able to invest in. What we've seen out of the Harris administration now, the Biden-Harris administration, is we've seen this investment. We've seen massive investments, the biggest in global history that we've seen in the Inflation Reduction Act, has created jobs all across the country. 2,000 in Jeffersonville, Ohio, taking the EV technology that we invented and making it here. 200,000 jobs across the country. The largest solar manufacturing plant in North America sits in Minnesota. But my farmers know climate change is real. They've seen 500-year droughts, 500-year floods back to back. But what they're doing is adapting, and this has allowed them to tell me, look, I harvest corn, I harvest soybean, and I harvest wind. We are producing more natural gas and more oil at any time than we ever have. We're also producing more clean energy. So the solution for us is to continue to move forward, that climate change is real. Reducing our impact is absolutely critical, but this is not a false choice. You can do that at the same time you're creating the jobs that we're seeing all across the country. That's exactly what this administration has done. We are seeing us becoming an energy superpower for the future, not just the current. And that's what absolutely makes sense. And then we start thinking about how do we mitigate these disasters.
Thank you. Senator, I want to give you an opportunity to respond there. The governor mentioned that President Trump has called climate change a hoax. Do you agree?
Well, look, what the president has said is that if the Democrats, in particular Kamala Harris and her leadership, if they really believe that climate change is serious, what they would be doing is more manufacturing and more energy production in the United States of America, and that's not what they're doing. So clearly Kamala Harris herself doesn't believe her own rhetoric on this. If she did, she would actually agree with Donald Trump's energy policies. Now, something Governor Walz said I think is important to touch upon, because when we talk about clean energy, I think that's a slogan that often the Democrats will use here. And I'm talking, of course, about the Democratic leadership. And the real issue is that if you're spending hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars of American taxpayer money on solar panels that are made in China, number one, you're going to make the economy dirtier. We should be making more of those solar panels here in the United States of America. Some of them are, Tim, but a lot of them are being made overseas in China, especially the components that go into those solar panels. So if you really want to make the environment cleaner, you've got to invest in more energy production. We haven't built a nuclear facility, I think, one in the past 40 years. Senator. Natural gas, we got to invest more in it. Kamala Harris has done the opposite. That's raised energy prices and also meant that we're doing
Senator,
worse by the climate.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, would you like to respond?
Well, look, we're producing more natural gas than we ever have. There's no moratorium on that. We're producing more oil. But the folks know, and like I said, again, these are not liberal folks. These are not folks that are Green New Deal folks. These are farmers that have been drought one year, massive flooding the next year. They understand that it makes sense. Look, our number one export cannot be topsoil from erosion from these massive storms. We saw it in Minnesota this summer. And thinking about how do we respond to that, we're thinking ahead on this. And what Kamala Harris has been able to do in Minnesota, we're starting to weatherproof some of these things. The infrastructure law that was passed allows us to think about mitigation in the future. How do we make sure that we're protecting by burying our power lines? How do we make sure that we're protecting lakefronts and things that we're seeing more and more of? But to call it a hoax and to take the oil company executives to Mar-a-Lago, say, give me money for my campaign, and I'll let you do whatever you want. We can be smarter about that, and an all-above energy policy is exactly what she's doing, creating those jobs right here.
Governor, your time is up. The overwhelming consensus among scientists is that the Earth's climate is warming at an unprecedented rate. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora.
Just absolutely decimated. My area down in North Carolina, there around Asheville and, the surrounding areas, and Bat Cave and Lake Lure and some other places down there, as well as.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. I follow your dad's cider thing on Instagram, and I saw they were going through it there. So.
Yeah, it was a total disaster. From my understanding, most of my family down there was cut off from electricity. My grandmother, who is recently out of the hospital, has been cut off without electricity, internet, or running water for, I think it was about 2 weeks, is the last I'd heard. So, just a total nightmare. But she had one of my aunts came down to stay with her, or had been down there to stay with her at that point, and so they were there together with also one of my uncles, and she's 94 years old, I believe, and so she's getting up there. But they were able to, I think they endured it. I can't imagine, I going more than 2 days without internet or electricity is just, fundamentally incomprehensible for the modern mind for most people, I think. So
Right.
the what has happened down there has just been a disaster. And I think it's one thing for like a region like, if you live on the coast of Florida, it's horrible, things get destroyed down there, but where you live, and what the region and the climate is like. When you live in the mountains of North Carolina, you can't be expected. Heretofore, you shouldn't have had to have been expecting to have to be prepared for this kind of a tropical storm to come through like this. So, really, just absolutely horrible. I mean, I think I've heard billions of dollars of damage to that area, specifically Asheville, North Carolina, and the surrounding areas. People, from what I understand, were in some cases out in the countryside, out in the mountains, were trapped in their areas. They could not leave. If they were up on the side of a mountain and there was a flood at the bottom or something, they couldn't get off the mountain. And I'm not sure, we need to do an after action report on that region, because I think they're going to find that some people have died out there that had not initially been counted from the flooding. So,
Man, that sucks.
Yeah. My dad he lives on the side of a mountain out Old Fort Road in Fairview, North Carolina, and he had some trees that had come down on the top of his house. But my dad's a carpenter. He got a chainsaw and took them off, and there was no real damage. So he was okay, and he was able to get off his mountain and get into town and help some people out. I think he helped clear some roads and stuff.
Man.
Yeah. It's the Swananoa River runs through Asheville, and I think there's a valley, the Swananoa River Valley. I think the lower part of Asheville has got a lot of art galleries and cafes, breweries, and things out there, and I think a lot of that was destroyed. I think entire art galleries were wiped out. So
yeah,
a lot of them lost their work, as well as lots of people died as well, and a lot of businesses were destroyed. So
yeah, and then on top of that, you've got all the conspiracy theorists saying things about FEMA or something. Have you heard about that?
Yeah, I've heard that. I don't know. Some people like. Have you ever watched the Bulwark podcast or YouTube or anything?
I know of it, but no, I haven't heard that. So.
Well, I got a chuckle because they were just losing their minds over the insanity of what's going on out there, and they were saying that they said that somebody in North Carolina had to issue you might have to try to find this clip because it was pretty funny, but they were laughing because some officials in North Carolina had to tell people, no, the federal government is not coming in to, they did not target a weather storm at North Carolina to come and steal the nuclear fissile material out of Batcave or something, or no, out of your chimney rocks or something.
Oh my gosh.
Like losing their minds. And it's a ridiculous enough thing to say, but actually what they didn't understand, I think, was that Chimney Rock is actually a rock that stands off the side of a small mountain in western North Carolina. It's called Chimney Rock. The area around there is called Chimney Rock, and supposedly there's some sort of I don't know if it was uranium or some sort of deposits in that area. And so they didn't literally think that people were coming into their houses to steal something out of their chimneys in their houses, but it was almost. It's almost a distinction without a difference. It's still fucking insane, but not quite as fucking insane as what the Bulwarks seem to think they were talking about.
Right.
So, But yeah, as I understand, Lake Lure, which is a place that, I remember visiting and boating on and staying in kind of like a not like a beach house exactly, but like a hotel that was right there next to the lake when I was a kid. And it's a beautiful lake, beautiful little area, nestled right in the mountains. So beautiful community. But I think it's taken some damage, and it sounds like, unfortunately, we've got some conspiracy theorists out there too.
Yeah, right.
So, well, anyway, so the debate is on this Hurricane Helene. Let's see. I think JD Vance tries to score some points. He says at one point, I mean, these are communities that I love. Some of them I know very personally. In Appalachia, all across the Southeast, they need their government to do their job. And I was just thinking, like, yeah, okay, we're all from Appalachia, but I don't think that, like, JD Vance has any personal connections to Western North Carolina. And I don't think he's from Ohio, right? Like, Appalachia in Ohio and Appalachia in Western North Carolina, I don't know. I've never been out to Ohio. I imagine it's not quite the same.
No, I doubt it.
So, but he wants to claim that this is near and dear to his heart. So,
The hillbilly strikes again.
Yep. Well, from one hillbilly to another. So, then he goes down. He talks about this idea that carbon emissions drives all the climate change. Well, let's just say that's true, just for the sake of argument. So we're not arguing about weird science. Let's just say that's true. Well, if you believe that, what would you want to do? The answer is that you'd want to reshore as much American manufacturing as possible, and you'd want to produce as much energy as possible in the United States of America because we're the cleanest economy in the entire world. Okay, any thoughts about that, Bob?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. This whole thing, like anytime these Republicans talk about the environment, it's crazy because remember when Trump was like, "I'm all for the cleanest water, pristine," and it's like, but like they just say these things, and it's like, but what are your like? Look at the policies. Like this doesn't match up. Like, okay, like I don't know. What do you think?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I suspect, insofar as America has a relatively clean economy in the world, it's probably because we offshored a lot of this energy production stuff that we had been doing or whatever, the coal mining and so forth back in the day, right? Like, I mean, so you could say, well, they're not doing it as well in China as we do here. Well, okay, well that's worse for China and better for us. Overall, it's probably a net negative for the world, but like the idea that reshoring these energy production methods to America is going to make America remain as clean as it is now is probably not true. But I don't know. That's just my speculation. So I don't know. But again, yeah, this idea that carbon affecting temperature is weird science. Like, okay, bro. I mean, you say you're entertaining it just in case, as if it were true. It's true. You're casting aspersions on the idea that it's true, but at the same time you're engaging in the argument as if it's beneath you almost. Like, okay, let's pretend it's true and I'll argue as if it were true. It's true. Just, whatever. Okay, let's see. They go, Nora O'Donnell, thank you, Senator. I want to give you an opportunity to respond here. The governor mentioned that President Trump has called climate change a hoax. Do you agree? Okay, so she's saying that that Walz had said that Trump had said that climate change was a hoax. And J.D. Vance totally ignores the question. He said, well, look, what the president has said is that if the Democrats, in particular Kamala Harris and her leadership, if they really believe that climate change is serious, what they would be doing is more manufacturing and more energy production in the United States of America. And that's not what they're doing. Okay, so again, like, I don't think that there's much evidence that having more manufacturing and more energy production in America is better for the American environment. But again, that's the assumption he's going on. So he's He's saying if they really believe this thing, and I'm not answering the question, but if they believe this thing, then they should want my policies, basically. But they don't. So they don't really believe what they say they believe.
Mm-hmm.
It's multiple levels of kind of doing logical backflips to get to that,
Right.
that argument, which is still ignoring the substance of the question. Yeah. Again, I don't have a lot of notes. I mean, a lot of this stuff is just talking points, basically. It's just, standard Democrat, standard Republican talking points, basically. So there's not a lot to say about it, really.
Well, if you don't have to go through every beat of it if you don't want to. We can skip around a little bit too. So, I mean,
yeah. I think, well, let's just keep it moving then. So we've got immigration next, and we all know Democratic and Republican positions on immigration. So
we're going to turn now to immigration. The crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border consistently ranks as one of the top issues for American voters. Senator Vance, your campaign is pledging to carry out the largest mass deportation plan in American history and to use the U.S. military to do so. Could you be more specific about exactly how this will work? For example, would you deport parents who have entered the U.S. illegally and separate them from any of their children who were born on U.S. soil? You have 2 minutes.
So first of all, Margaret, before we talk about deportations, we have to stop the bleeding. We have a historic immigration crisis because Kamala Harris started and said that she wanted to undo all of Donald Trump's border policies. 94 executive orders suspending deportations, decriminalizing illegal aliens, massively increasing the asylum fraud that exists in our system. That has opened the floodgates. And what it's meant is that a lot of fentanyl is coming into our country. I had a mother who struggled with opioid addiction and has gotten clean. I don't want people who are struggling with addiction to be deprived of their second chance because Kamala Harris let in fentanyl into our communities at record levels. So you've got to stop the bleeding. You've got to re-implement Donald Trump's border policies, build the wall, re-implement deportations. And that gets me to your point, Margaret, about what do we actually do? So we've got 25 million illegal aliens who are here in the country. What do we do with them? I think the first thing that we do is we start with the criminal migrants. About 1 million of those people have committed some form of crime in addition to crossing the border illegally. I think you start with deportations on those folks. And then I think you make it harder for illegal aliens to undercut the wages of American workers. A lot of people will go home if they can't work for less than minimum wage in our own country. And by the way, that'll be really good for our workers who just want to earn a fair wage for doing a good day's work. And the final point, Margaret, is you ask about family separation. Right now in this country, Margaret, we have 320,000 children that the Department of Homeland Security has effectively lost. Some of them have been sex trafficked. Some of them hopefully are at homes with their families. Some of them have been used as drug trafficking mules. The real family separation policy in this country is unfortunately Kamala Harris's wide open southern border. And I'd ask my fellow Americans to remember when she came into office, she said she was going to do this. Real leadership would be saying, you know what, I screwed up. We're going to go back to Donald Trump's border policies. I wish that she would do that. It would be good for all of us.
Governor, do you care to respond to any of the specific allegations, including that the vice president is, quote, letting in fentanyl and using kids as drug mules, among other things regarding children?
The drug mule is not true, but I will say about the fentanyl, because this is a crisis of this, the opioid crisis. And the good news on this is the last 12 months saw the largest decrease in opioid deaths in our nation's history, 30% decrease in Ohio. But there's still more work to do. But let's go back to this on immigration. Kamala Harris was the attorney general of the largest state and a border state in California. She's the only person in this race who prosecuted transnational gangs for human trafficking and drug interventions. But look, we all want to solve this. Most of us want to solve this, and that is the United States Congress. That's the Border Patrol agents. That's the Chamber of Commerce. That's most Americans out here. That's why we had the fairest and the toughest bill on immigration that this nation's seen. It was crafted by a conservative senator from Oklahoma, James Lankford. I know him. He's super conservative, but he's a man of principle, wants to get it done. Democrats and Republicans worked on this piece of legislation. The Border Patrol said, this is what we need in here. These are the experts. And the Chamber of Commerce and the Wall Street Journal said, pass this thing. Kamala Harris helped get there. 1,500 new border agents, detection for drugs, DOJ money to speed up these the adjudications on this, just what America wants. But as soon as I was getting ready to pass and actually tackle this, Donald Trump said no, told them to vote against it because it gives him a campaign issue. It gives him to, what would Donald Trump talk about if we actually did some of these things? And they need to be done by the legislature. You can't just do this through the executive branch. So look, we have the options to do this. Donald Trump had 4 years. He had 4 years to do this. And he promised you, America, how easy it would be. I'll build you a big, beautiful wall, and Mexico will pay for it. Less than 2% of that wall got built, and Mexico didn't pay a dime. But here we are again, 9 years after he came down that escalator, dehumanizing people and telling them what he was going to do. As far as the deportation plan, at one point, Senator Vance said it was so unworkable to be laughable. So that's where we're at. Pass the bill, she'll sign it.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, the question was, will you separate parents from their children, even if their kids are U.S. citizens? You have 1 minute.
Margaret, my point is that we already have massive child separations thanks to Kamala Harris's open border. And I didn't accuse Kamala Harris of inviting drug mules. I said that she enabled the Mexican drug cartels to operate freely in this country. And we know that they use children as drug mules, and it is a disgrace, and it has to stop. Look, I think what Tim said just doesn't pass the smell test. For 3 years, Kamala Harris went out bragging that she was going to undo Donald Trump's border policy. She did exactly that. We had a record number of illegal crossings. We had a record number of fentanyl coming into our country. And now that she's running for president, or a few months before, she says that somehow she got religion and cared a lot about a piece of legislation. The only thing that she did when she became the vice president, when she became the appointed border czar, was to undo 94 Donald Trump executive actions that opened the border. This problem is leading to massive problems in the United States of America. Parents who can't afford health care, schools that are overwhelmed. It's got to stop, and it will when Donald Trump is president again.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, what about our CBS News polling, which does show that a majority of Americans, more than 50%, support mass deportations?
Look, we fix this issue with a bill that is necessary. But the issue on this is what happens when you don't want to solve it. You demonize it. And we saw this. And Senator Vance, and it surprises me on this, talking about and saying, I will create stories to bring attention to this. That vilified a large number of people who were here legally in the community of Springfield. The Republican governor said, it's not true. Don't do it. There's consequences for this. There's consequences. We could come together. Senator Lankford did it. We could come together and solve this if we didn't let Donald Trump continue to make it an issue. And the consequences in Springfield were the governor had to send state law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school. I believe Senator Vance wants to solve this, but by standing with Donald Trump and not working together to find a solution, it becomes a talking point. And when it becomes a talking point like this, we dehumanize and villainize other human beings.
Tim,
Governor, your time is up. Senator, I'll give you 1 minute, but let me just ask you the question first. The governor has made the point, and I think as a sitting lawmaker, you know that Congress controls the purse strings and any funding. So you have said repeatedly that Donald Trump would, through executive action, solve this. Do you disagree that Congress controls the purse strings and would need to support many of the changes that you would actually want to implement? You have 1 minute.
Look, Margaret, first of all, the gross majority of what we need to do at the southern border is just empowering law enforcement to do their job. I've been to the southern border more than our border czar, Kamala Harris, has been, and it's actually heartbreaking because the Border Patrol agents, they just want to be empowered to do their job. Of course, additional resources would help, but most of this is about the president and the vice president empowering our law enforcement to say, if you try to come across the border illegally, you've got to stay in Mexico, you've got to go back through proper proper channels. Now, Governor Walz brought up the community of Springfield, and he's very worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, in Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed. You've got hospitals that are overwhelmed. You have got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. The people that I'm most worried about in Springfield, Ohio, are the American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace, Tim. And I actually think, I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, you have 1 minute to respond.
Yeah, well, it is law enforcement that asked for the bill. They helped craft it. They're the ones that supported it. That's because they know we need to do this. Look, this issue of continuing to bring this up, of not dealing with it, of blaming migrants for everything. On housing, we could talk a little bit about Wall Street speculators buying up housing and making them less affordable, but it becomes a blame. Look, this bill also gives the money necessary to adjudicate. I agree. It should not take 7 years for an asylum claim to be done. This bill gets it done in 90 days. Then you start to make a difference in this, and you start to adhere to what we know, American principles. I don't talk about my faith a lot, but Matthew 25:40 talks about, to the least amongst us you do unto me. I think that's true of most Americans. They simply want order to it. This bill does it. It's funded. It's supported by the people who do it, and it lets us keep our dignity about how we treat other people.
Thank you, Governor. And just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status, temporary protected status.
Well, Margaret, but
thank you, Senator. We have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important because
we're going to turn out of the economy. Thank you,
Margaret. The rules were that you guys weren't going to fact check, and since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an application called the CBP One app, where you can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card and waiting for 10 years. That is the facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by our own
leadership. Thank you, Senator, for describing the legal process. We have so much to get to, Senator.
Those laws have been on the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The CBP One app has not been on the books since 1990. It's something that Kamala Harris created, Margaret.
Gentlemen, the audience can't hear you because your mics are cut. We have so much we want to get to. Thank you for explaining the legal process. Nora.
Thank you, Margaret.
I noted, unfortunately, let's see, that Tim Walz, when he's talking about immigration stuff, at one point he says, but look, we all want to solve this. Most of us want to solve this. And that is the United States Congress. That's the Border Patrol agents. That's the Chamber of Commerce. That's the most Americans out there. Let's see, okay, so mentioning, the Border Patrol agents and the Chamber of Commerce, I think that's appealing to a pretty conservative demographics, frankly. And then later he says again, the Border Patrol said, this is what we need here. So he says, so he's talking about the piece of border legislation that Biden wanted to have approved, but Trump asked Congress to basically not approve because he wants to maintain the issue, which is what Kamala has accused him of. But he says Democrats and Republicans worked on this piece of legislation. The Border Patrol said, this is what we need here. These are the experts. And the Chamber of Commerce in the Wall Street Journal said, pass this thing. Kamala Harris helped get there. The 1,500 new border agents, detection for drugs, Department of Justice money to speed up these adjudications on this. This is just what America wants. But again, appealing to, the Border Patrol, the Chamber of Commerce, and the Wall Street Journal. These are three pretty conservative institutions, I think we can all agree. So it's frustrating that we've allowed, I think this issue to become framed in such a conservative way. And I think I saw part of an interview with Kamala Harris with, what's his name? CNN. Who am I talking about? Blonde. White hair.
Anderson Cooper?
Anderson Cooper, yeah. And he had asked her because I think he said that she was still wanting to get money to build part of the Trump's wall or something, and she didn't really seem to have a good answer to that. Again, I was watching this kind of while I was doing something else, but it's like I know this issue is one that benefits the Republicans more right now, and I know by allowing Republican governors to be sending migrants to random quote unquote Democratic cities and Democratic states, they have pushed this issue into something that now Democrats, to some degree, are feeling a little bit more wishy-washy on, what the policy should be. Unfortunately, I think they've given up ground on this, and now they're basically having to appeal to conservative institutions to say that these institutions actually approve of the Democratic plan, or they would say bipartisan, but it's a Republican frame. It's a historically and traditionally Republican framing of the issue, I think. So, and I think it's a little complicated. I mean, I think, like we've talked about, having worked with illegal immigrants before at restaurants and things like that in the past.
Right.
But it is true, there are millions of people coming to America, and at the same time, I've worked in South Korea, and frankly, like when most foreign teachers arrive in South Korea, usually for the first month you're in Korea, you're teaching illegally. Almost. It's just how the business is done here. They bring you over illegally, you work for a month, then they send you off to Japan or somewhere, and you get a visa stamp. Then you come back, then you set up your bank account and get your cell phone and all this stuff. So, I and many other people have actually lived as an illegal immigrant, unwittingly at the time. I didn't really understand how the situation was working until much later, that was basically a somewhat illegal arrangement, but very common arrangement. Again, this is almost 17 years ago, so I don't know how they're still doing it today, if that's still how they do it, or if they actually way to get your visa before you come here. But
yeah, I remember when you did that. I didn't realize that was so under the table.
Yeah, well, and the funny thing was, because when I got on a plane and I flew out of America for the second time only in my life, and I had a 1 hour layover in Japan at the Tokyo Narita airport, and then I did the next 2 hours hop over to Seoul. I got out the airport and I got my bags, and I was going through customs, and I handed the guy my documents, and he said, what's your purpose in Korea? And I said, I got a job. He's looking at my documents, and there's no visa for work and stuff. Okay, do you know where you're going? And I said, yeah, I'm going to this. I gave him the address of where I was supposed to be going and everything. And he's like, and finally he just stamped it and said okay and let me through, which was I probably should have said it's a vacation or some shit.
Right.
But I don't know. That's how it was back in 2007. It may still be that way, or it may be different now. So, but at the same time, we're talking about much smaller numbers of foreigners coming to work in Korea, although Korea is also a much smaller country and smaller population. So I don't know. I mean, so on one hand, I have sympathy for people who are, in a situation where they're, having to work illegally or whatever. They're at disadvantages legally, financially, etc. But at the same time, I understand from America's perspective, we can't have every single person who wants to come to America just come to America and do it willfully, intentionally, and knowingly illegally. And I don't know what they expect. I don't know. It's a complicated issue.
Yeah. What do you think about the idea that the influx of immigration is actually more to do with people in other parts of the world becoming more prosperous than less? They have the ability to move around, so they do. And, I think usually we think of this issue as oh, people are desperate, they want a better life, they're coming here, they have no other options. And I'm sure in a lot of cases that is true, but I'm sure it's also the case sometimes that, you're the best and brightest where you are, and you're doing well enough to afford to try to move here. And if more people are, pulled out of poverty, they have the option to try to do that. I don't know. What do you think about that dynamic?
I don't know. I mean, I would suspect that it would apply more to people who are flying here, from farther abroad, rather than people who are, perhaps being smuggled here or having to cross a river, having to cross deserts or whatever they're having to do down there, dealing with the coyotes or whatever. But at the same time, like, I understand, like, a lot of times, like, these people are having to pay a price to get here. At first, it's almost like indentured servitude, right? Where, you have to pay 1,000 or 2,000 or however much they have to pay to these coyotes to get them here. And then the idea is that they're going to work here and they're going to pay that back. And so, to some degree, they have to be here for a certain amount of time to be able to make a certain amount of money, just to make it, financially viable for them to be worthwhile. So, I lost my point, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know that somebody who's like a doctor in Mexico or wherever they're from down south that would come here and be working in field labor or construction or, anything like that necessarily, if they could be a doctor or something in Mexico, not that. So, and as I understand it also, I think, I think to some degree, I mean, I think insofar as America can attract skilled, highly qualified labor from other countries, like if we can attract engineers or doctors or lawyers. Now, we always hear stories about somebody who's a taxi driver in New York City when they were like a doctor back in their home country or something, right?
Yeah.
So there is a case where, like, if somebody has accreditation, how do I, what's the word?
Accreditation?
Is that it? Okay.
Yes, I don't know.
I mean, if they got accredited back in their home country, right, and they don't have they're not accredited in America, then that obviously doesn't really help us, because we can't, like, let them be a doctor here per se. Or if they're accredited here but they don't have any English or something, they're not going to be able to open their practice functionally. But I imagine if it's something like tech, programming, anything like that, I imagine that there are ways to get those people a job pretty easily. So.
Mm-hmm.
And, America benefits from the fact that we have such a, globally attractive education system. So we attract people from other countries who come to America, get their education in America. And if they go back to their country, that's fine. But at the same time, if they want, now that they are a qualified person in America, I'm sure America is quite happy to have some of them stick around and ply their trade in America to our benefit. So it's kind of like a reverse brain drain in that respect, right? We're kind of brain draining the rest of the world.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I've seen the thing in Korea too, where, like, I'm here as a teacher. My visa is for teaching. I really can't do any other kinds of business while I'm here. I'm only qualified to teach according to them, and that's all I can really do. But and if I stop teaching, then I would need within like 2 or 3 months to change my visa status to something else, like vacationer or whatever. Whereas, and this was about 10 years ago. I don't know what it would be today, but I think I heard, well, when I first came here, I think I heard that if you're a foreigner and you come to Korea and you invest 50 million won, which is about $50,000, and you start a business in Korea that employs like 2 or 3 Korean citizens, you automatically get like permanent resident status here. So as long as you're running that business for 50,000. Now, then I heard later it was like 100,000 or 150,000. They raised the minimum amount of money you had to invest to start the business, basically. But, like, if you're wealthy enough, they're happy to have you here, and you will have no trouble with your visa. You will get a visa that allows you to very comfortably stay here and do whatever you want, as long as you dump that money into the economy, basically. So, I think every country has that to some degree, or most do.
Mm-hmm.
If you're, upwardly mobile, educated, and wealthy, most countries are happy to have you. If you're a laborer, a worker, or somebody who's doing a certain kind of job, they'll tolerate you, but they're not going to make it easy for you, and they're not going to give you a lot of leeway to do other things. So.
Yeah, exactly.
So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know to what degree immigrants are coming to America, or people who are, highly qualified, and that's what has allowed them to come here.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. One of the moderators asked J.D. Vance about, Governor, your time is up. Senator, the question was, will you separate parents from their children, even if their kids are U.S. citizens? You have 1 minute. And of course, he's avoiding the question. Margaret, my point is that we already have massive child separations thanks to Kamala Harris's open border. And I didn't accuse Kamala Harris of inviting drug mules. I said that she enabled the Mexican drug cartels to operate freely in this country, and we know that they use children as drug mules, and it is a disgrace, and it has to stop. Look, I think what Tim just said just doesn't pass the smell test. Okay. So anyways, yeah, he's not going to say anything about whether he wants to separate children from their parents, obviously. So
It's not.
You know, what he actually believes, what they actually want to do is unpopular. And yeah. Yeah. So, okay, moving along.
Well, I mean, that kind of goes back to I saw the Washington Post did a survey where they removed the names of the candidates and they simply asked people about the policy positions of the two candidates, and almost every single one came out for Kamala Harris on top. So I don't know. It just goes back to Republicans are much more skilled at selling their unpopular ideas than Democrats are touting their more inherently popular ideas, like, once again. So
Yeah, it's well, with some, with some portion of the population, the Democratic brand, rightly or wrongly, has become toxic, and they don't want to support anything attached to the Democratic brand. It's like it's a nasty word to them.
Mm-hmm.
So
just like the word liberal.
Yeah, communist, socialist, liberal, etc.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. At a certain point, they start talking about the Haitian migrants and they're eating our cats, they're eating our dogs, they're eating the pets of the people who live here, or something. Let's see. And Brennan says, and just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does not have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status, or does have a high. Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status, temporary protected status. Nora, so she's trying to switch it back to the other moderator. And J.D. Vance says, well, Margaret, I think it's important because, she says, thank you, Senator. We have so much to get to. And Nora O'Donnell says, we're going to turn to the economy. Thank you. He says, Margaret, the rules were that you guys weren't going to fact check. And since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So then he goes on about things. And she says, thank you, Senator. And he says, that's the facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by our own leadership. And Kamala Harris opened up the pathway. Thank you, Senator, for describing the legal process. We have so much to get to. Tim Walz says, those laws have been on the books since 1990. Brennan says, thank you, gentlemen. We have to. Tim Walz says, the CPP app has not been on the books since 1990. It's something that Kamala Harris created, Margaret. I don't know. There's a lot of back and forth. They don't want to move on. And then finally, their microphones both got cut. And she says, gentlemen, the audience can't hear you because your mics are cut. We have so much we want to get to. Thank you for explaining the legal process, Nora. So that was interesting. At least they had the power, I suppose, to cut the mics, but we could still hear parts of it. But yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Next subject is the economy.
The economy is a top concern for voters. Each of your campaigns has released an economic plan, so let's talk about the specifics. Governor Walz, Vice President Harris unveiled a plan that includes billions in tax credits for manufacturing, housing, and a renewed child tax credit. The Wharton School says your proposals will increase the nation's deficit by $1.2 trillion. How would you pay for that without ballooning the deficit? Governor, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And Kamala Harris and I do believe in the middle class because that's where we come from. We both grew up in that. We understand. So those of you out there listening tonight, you're hearing a lot of stuff back and forth, and it's good. It's healthy. That's what this is supposed to happen. You should be listening. How's this going to impact me? The bold forward plan that Kamala Harris put out there is talking about this housing issue. The one thing is there's 3 million new houses proposed under this plan with down payment assistance on the front end to get you in a house. A house is much more than just an asset to be traded somewhere. It's foundational to where you're at. And then making sure that the things you buy every day, whether they be prescription drugs or other things, that there's fairness in that. Look, the $35 insulin is a good thing, but it costs $5 to make insulin. They were charging $800 before this law went into effect. As far as the housing goes, I've seen it in Minnesota. 12% more houses in Minneapolis, prices went down on rent 4%. It's working. And then making sure tax cuts go to the middle class. $6,000 child tax credit, we have one in Minnesota, reduces childhood poverty by 1/3. We save money in the long run, and we do the right thing for families. And then getting businesses off the ground. The law as it stands right now is $5,000 tax credit for small business, increasing that to $50,000. Now, this is a philosophical difference between us. Donald Trump made a promise, and I'll give you this. He kept it. He took folks to Mar-a-Lago, said, you're rich as hell, I'm going to give you a tax cut. He gave the tax cuts that predominantly went to the top class. What happened there was an $8 trillion increase in the national debt, the largest ever. Now he's proposing a 20% consumption or sales tax on everything we bring in. Everyone agrees, including businesses, it would be destabilizing it. It would increase inflation and potentially lead to a recession. Look, this is simple for you. Where are we going? Kamala Harris has said to do the things she wants to do. We'll just ask the wealthiest to pay their fair share. When you do that, our system works best. More people are participating in it, and folks have the things that they need.
Senator, I want to give you a moment to respond on that. But similarly, the Wharton School has done an analysis of the Trump plan and says it would increase the nation's deficit by $5.8 trillion. My question is the same for you. How do you pay for all that without ballooning the deficit? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, you're going to hear a lot from Tim Walz this evening, and you just heard it in the answer, a lot of what Kamala Harris proposes to do. And some of it, I'll be honest with you, it even sounds pretty good. Here's what you won't hear, is that Kamala Harris has already done it. Because she's been the vice president for 3.5 years. She had the opportunity to enact all of these great policies. And what she's actually done instead is drive the cost of food higher by 25%, drive the cost of housing higher by about 60%. Open the American southern border and make middle-class life unaffordable for a large number of Americans. If Kamala Harris has such great plans for how to address middle-class problems, then she ought to do them now, not when asking for a promotion, but in the job the American people gave her 3.5 years ago. And the fact that she isn't tells you a lot about how much you can trust her actual plans. Now, Donald Trump's economic plan is not just a plan, but it's also a record. A lot of those same economists attack Donald Trump's plans, and they have PhDs, but they don't have common sense and they don't have wisdom, because Donald Trump's economic policies delivered the highest take-home pay in a generation in this country, 1.5% inflation, and to boot, peace and security all over the world. So when people say that Donald Trump's economic plan doesn't make sense, I say look at the record. He delivered rising take-home pay for American workers. Now, Tim admirably admits that they want to undo the Trump tax cuts. But if you look at what was so different about Donald Trump's tax cuts, even from previous Republican tax cut plans, is that a lot of those resources went to giving more take-home pay to middle class and working class Americans. It was passed in 2017, and you saw an American economic boom unlike we've seen in a generation in this country. That is a record that I'm proud to run on, and we're going to get back to that common sense wisdom so that you can afford to live the American dream again. I know a lot of you are struggling. I know a lot of you are worried about paying the bills. It's going to stop when Donald Trump brings back common sense to this country.
Governor, do you want to respond to that? What has Kamala Harris done for the middle class?
Yeah, well, Kamala Harris's day one was Donald Trump's failure on COVID that led to the collapse of our economy. We were already before COVID in a manufacturing recession, but 10 million people out of work, largest percentage since the Great Depression. 9 million jobs closed on that. That was day one, whether it was the Infrastructure Act or other things we moved. Now, you made a question about experts, said this. I've made a note of this. Economists can't be trusted. Science can't be trusted. National security folks can't be trusted. Look, if you're going to be president, You don't have all the answers. Donald Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is this. If you need heart surgery, listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes with this. And I ask you out there, teachers, nurses, truck drivers, whatever, how is it fair that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years, and the last year as president? That's what's wrong with the system. There's a way around it, and he's bragged about that. We're just asking for fairness in it, and that's all you want.
You have a minute.
Governor, you say trust the experts. But those same experts for 40 years said that if we shipped our manufacturing base off to China, we'd get cheaper goods. They lied about that. They said if we shipped our industrial base off to other countries, to Mexico and elsewhere, it would make the middle class stronger. They were wrong about that. They were wrong about the idea that if we made America less self-reliant, less productive in our own nation, that it would somehow make us better off, and they were wrong about it. And for the first time in a generation, Donald Trump had the wisdom and the courage to say to that bipartisan consensus, we're not doing it anymore. We're bringing American manufacturing back. We're unleashing American energy. We're going to make more of our own stuff. And this isn't just an economic issue. I mean, I've got 3 beautiful little kids at home, 7, 4, and 2, and I love them very much, and I hope they're in bed right now. But look, so many of the drugs, the pharmaceuticals that we put in the bodies of our children are manufactured by nations that hate us. This has to stop, and we're not going to stop it by listening to experts. We're going to stop it by listening to common sense wisdom, which is what Donald Trump governed on.
Senator, your time is up. Governor Walz, can you address that? I mean, voters say they trust Donald Trump on the economy more. Why?
Well, if you're listening tonight and you want billionaires to get tax cuts, you heard what the numbers were. Look, I'm a union guy on this. I'm not a guy who wanted to ship things overseas, but I understand that, look, we produce soybeans and corn. We need to have fair trading partners. That's something that we believe in. I think the thing that most concerns me on this is Donald Trump was the guy who created the largest trade deficit in American history with China. So the rhetoric is good. Much of what the senator said right there, I'm in agreement with him on this. I watched it happen, too. I watched it to my communities, and we talked about that. But we had people undercutting the right to collectively bargain. We had right to work states made it more difficult. We had companies that were willing to ship it over, and we saw people profit. Folks that are venture capital in some cases, putting money into companies that were overseas. We're in agreement that we bring those home. The issue is Donald Trump is talking about it. Kamala Harris has a record, 250,000 more manufacturing jobs just out of the IRA.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
So appreciate that. So if you notice, what Governor Walz just did is he said, first of all, Donald Trump has to listen to the experts. And then when he acknowledged that the experts screwed up, he said, well, Donald Trump didn't do nearly as good of a job as the statistics show that he did. So what Tim Walz is doing, and I honestly, Tim, I think you got a tough job here, because you've got to play whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver rising take-home pay, which of course he did. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course he did. And then you simultaneously got to defend Kamala Harris's atrocious economic record, which has made gas, groceries, and housing unaffordable for American citizens. I was raised by a woman who would sometimes go into medical debt so that she could put food on the table in our household. I know what it's like to not be able to afford the things that you need to afford. We can do so much better. To all of you watching, we can get back to an America that's affordable again. We just got to get back to common sense economic principles.
I hope we have a conversation on health care then.
Senator, Governor.
Please.
Thank you. Margaret?
Let's see. J.D. Vance at one point says, well, first of all, you're going to hear a lot from Tim Walz this evening. And you just heard it in the answer, a lot of what Kamala Harris proposes to do. And some of it, I'll be honest with you, it even sounds pretty good. Here's what you won't hear is that Kamala Harris has already done it, because she's been the vice president for 3.5 years. She had the opportunity to enact all of these great policies. So again, this is going to be a recurring theme throughout the evening, is that Kamala Harris already has all the power to do everything she wants to do because she's been the vice president. But, you know, I shouldn't have to explain why that's a problematic way to talk about, you know, the power Harris has had. She hasn't had any power.
It's ridiculous.
So,
yeah, you keep saying that thing with the Kamala Harris administration, or like.
I made a note to myself that I said this debate is all very fast-paced and scattershot on both sides. Like, it's just kind of, you know, it's moving fast from point to point. People are trying to info dump as many factoids as they can and facts and figures and stuff, and little matches, but it's really hard to detect a theme, something going throughout the whole thing. So that was something I noticed.
Yeah.
I didn't really notice a lot more on that subject. Next subject was personal qualifications.
We have a lot to get to ahead, gentlemen, on many topics. But right now, I want to talk about personal qualifications. The vice president is often the last voice the president hears before making consequential decisions. We want to ask you about your leadership qualities. Governor Walz, you said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989. But Minnesota Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year. Can you explain that discrepancy?
Yeah, well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on, and I'm proud of that service. I joined the National Guard at 17, worked on family farms, and then I used the GI Bill to become a teacher, passionate about it, a young teacher. My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, be able to do that. I came back home and then started a program to take young people there. We would take basketball teams, we would take baseball teams, we would take dancers, and we would go back and forth to China. The issue for that was to try and learn. Now, look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at. Look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect. And I'm a knucklehead at times, but it's always been about that. Those same people elected me to Congress for 12 years. And in Congress, I was one of the most bipartisan people, working on things like farm bills that we got done, working on veterans benefits. And then the people of Minnesota were able to elect me to governor twice. So look, my commitment has been from the beginning to make sure that I'm there for the people, to make sure that I get this right. I will say more than anything, many times I will talk a lot. I will get caught up in the rhetoric. But being there, the impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of this. I would make the case that Donald Trump should have come on one of those trips with us. I guarantee you he wouldn't be praising Xi Jinping about COVID. And I guarantee you he wouldn't start a trade war that he ends up losing. So this is about trying to understand the world. It's about trying to do the best you can for your community. And then it's putting yourself out there and letting your folks understand what it is. My commitment, whether it be through teaching, which I was good at, or whether it was being a good soldier or was being a good member of Congress, those are the things that I think are the values that people care about.
Governor, just to follow up on that, the question was, can you explain the discrepancy?
All I said on this was I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So I will just, that's what I've said. So I was in Hong Kong and China during the democracy protests went in. And from that, I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance.
Thank you, Governor. Senator Vance, in 2016, you called your running mate Donald Trump unfit for the nation's highest office, and you said he could be America's Hitler. I know you've been asked many times, and you've said you regret those comments and explained you then voted for Donald Trump in 2020. But the Washington Post reported new messages last week in which you also disparaged Trump's economic record while he was president, writing to someone in 2020, quote, Trump thoroughly failed to deliver his economic populism. You're now his running mate, and you've shifted many of your policy stances to align with his. If you become vice president, why should Americans trust that you will give Donald Trump the advice he needs to hear and not just the advice he wants to hear? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Margaret, because I've always been open. And sometimes, of course, I've disagreed with the president, but I've also been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to be dishonest fabrications of his record. But most importantly, Donald Trump delivered for the American people. rising wages, rising take-home pay, an economy that worked for normal Americans, a secure southern border, a lot of things, frankly, that I didn't think he'd be able to deliver on. And yeah, when you screw up, when you misspeak, when you get something wrong and you change your mind, you ought to be honest with the American people about it. It's one of the reasons, Margaret, why I've done so many interviews is because I think it's important to actually explain to the American people where I come down on the issues and what changed. Now, you pointed out the messages from 2020. Margaret, I've been extremely consistent that I think there were a lot of things that we could have done better in the Trump administration the first round if Congress was doing its job. I strongly believe, and I've been a United States senator, that Congress is not just a high-class debating society. It's not just a forum for senators and congressmen to whine about problems. It's a forum to govern. So there were a lot of things on the border, on tariffs, for example, where I think that we could have done so much more if the Republican Congress and the Democrats in Congress had been a little bit better about how they govern the country. They were so obsessed with impeaching Donald Trump, they couldn't actually govern. And I want to talk about this tariff issue in particular, Margaret, because Tim just accused this of being a national sales tax. Look, the one thing, and you're probably surprised to hear me praising Joe Biden, but the one thing that Joe Biden did is he continued some of the Trump tariffs that protected American manufacturing jobs. And it's the one issue, the most pro-worker part of the Biden administration, it's the one issue where Kamala Harris has run away from Joe Biden's record. Think about this. If you're trying to employ slave laborers in China at $3 a day, you're going to do that and undercut the wages of American workers unless our country stands up for itself and says you're not accessing our markets unless you're paying middle-class Americans a fair wage.
Senator, your time is up. Nora?
Thank you.
I think Brennan, what's her name, confronted Tim Walz and said, you have said that you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protest in the spring of 1989, but Minnesota Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year. Can you explain that discrepancy? You have 2 minutes. This doesn't look great, but okay. He says, yeah, well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in a small, rural Nebraska town of 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on, and I'm proud of that service. Service? Riding your bike with your friends in a small town is a service? Okay. Then he says, I joined the National Guard at 17. Okay, so this is probably where he's supposed to be talking about service. Worked on a family farm, used the GI Bill, became a teacher, young teacher. Okay, finally he's getting to the point. Okay, he had the opportunity to travel in the summer of 1989 to China to be able to do that. Started a program to take young people there. I've got to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect, and I'm a knucklehead at times, but it's always been about that. He's pretty much basically just kind of avoiding the question. He's dancing around it. I don't know. I think it would probably be better just to say I misspoke, or, what I was intending to convey was that it was close enough in time to the events it was right after the, Tiananmen Square massacre, and so I misconstrued it or something, but I don't know. Well, I don't know. I wasn't even really aware of that problem. I wish people wouldn't do that. I wish, Biden had a few things like that where he, claimed he was somewhere where he wasn't, or he had been present for something. I don't know. Did Hillary Clinton have a thing where she said she was under sniper fire or something?
Yeah. No, I remember that.
I remember landing under sniper fire. There was supposed to be some kind of a greeting ceremony at the airport, but instead we just ran with our heads down to get into the vehicles to get to our base.
Yeah, I think it was that in Kosovo, maybe?
Yeah, something like that. Somewhere in the Yugoslav. I don't know why politicians seemingly across the aisles often feel the need to to claim to have been somewhere where they weren't and under dangers that they were not under. Or in these moments, like, you don't all got to be Forrest Gump, okay? Just real about when and where we were.
No, she was a 2008 speech in Iraq. Hillary Clinton said she landed in Bosnia under heavy fire, but the video of the landing shows otherwise. It's from the Washington Post.
Yeah. Our best candidate in 2016. Let's see. Let's see. Then they have a question. Okay, thank you, Governor. Okay, so finally Tim Walz said, no, all I said on this is I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So that's what I said. So I was in Hong Kong and China during the democracy protest, went in, and from that, I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance. Okay, thank you, Governor. Senator Vance, in 2016, you called your running mate, Donald Trump, unfit for the nation's highest office, and you said he could be America's Hitler. So, again, they're contrasting the old J.D. Vance versus the new Trumpy J.D. Vance, which they're really, I don't know. It's also transparently like, it's very transparently just like, oh, I think the good way to be a Republican and the good way to gain my future in the party is to criticize Trump. And then, oh, actually, Trump is still in power and he's got a death grip on this party. I guess the good way to do is to buddy up to him. And, oh, now I get to be his vice president. He's wonderful. I don't know what was wrong with him.
Are you saying that J.D. Vance is being disingenuous? Because that doesn't sound like the J.D. Vance I know.
I would never, a fellow good old boy from down in the holler, I would never. Yeah, I think one of Trump's great and undersung strengths is his ability to forgive anything that anybody has ever said about him, as long as they will get down and lick the boot now. 6 months ago you could have called him anything you wanted, but as long as you're kissing the boot now, you're good with him. And of course,
yeah, Elon Musk, perfect example.
Yeah, what a disgrace.
Mm-hmm.
Around on the stage like I don't want to say it, but
you know why he's doing that though? I figured it out, or I read something and it made sense. He's doing the X sign.
Okay, that I don't know. I mean, well, he should have told that to his own photographers, because the thing is, the photographers are not taking a photo head on directly at him, so he looks like an X. They're getting like a side upward angle. He looks how he looks.
He looks how he looks. That's a good way to put it.
Our audience members surely will have seen the pictures. It's not.
Wow. Yes.
If he knew he was gonna go out there and do that, and it wasn't just like I'm so excited and I just can't hide it kind of moment, he really should have worn a short shirt that was gonna stay over his gut when he did it. I mean, I don't got a lot to talk, but my God, have some self-respect, have some, whatever. I'm sure Trump wasn't wild about it either. Like, I mean, to some degree, Trump is a man who, to some degree, he wants people around him to conduct themselves with some degree of decorum in a perverted way, because, like, there are ways that he does not have decorum, but there's a certain, like, I don't think coming out on stage and jumping with a t-shirt flopping up is something that Trump would, if one of his boys had done that, can you imagine? Mm-hmm. He would be apoplectic, I'm sure.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, he couldn't even do his fake shift at McDonald's without wearing a tie and a dress shirt. So.
Yeah. That I'm just curious how he got permission to do that. I mean, did corporate approve that? Was that like a local, like, franchisee who said, yeah?
I think it was from what I could tell, it was a local franchisee that agreed to it. I don't know how that relates to, corporate McDonald's, whether or not they had to sign off on it or not. But I think it probably was the brainchild or whatever of the local.
Yeah, I mean, I think that McDonald's should be, boycotted by people in the area of good conscience, and, perhaps if there was some graffiti or something, I don't know. I mean, like, that place doesn't need to stay open at this point, I would say. I mean, just like, there has to be some consequences. Like, And I think most Republicans of good conscience could at least acknowledge that, you know, if you're there to serve burgers, don't get political. Don't make it political. Right? Don't interject. Don't allow yourself to be made a political thing. You know, I think they would say the same thing if it was like a Panera or something hosting Kamala Harris or some shit. Starbucks or whoever, whoever it would be. So that's disgraceful for them to allow that place to be used like that. I mean, it's a clown show. It's all, of course, pre-approved people to go through the line, which I'm sure was a concession to the Secret Service, because they can't allow this man to be, somebody rolling through concealed carry, and they pop off at the president, surprised to find in their drive-through window suddenly.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and not to mention the fact that he wasn't wearing gloves or a hairnet while he's like just reaching into the fry basket. The pictures I saw. So.
Well, I heard that he did comment that he was very impressed with the fact that the fries go out of the grease, and then they're dumped from the basket into the tray there, and then they're picked up with a metal thing, right, and then they're put directly into the fry box containers or whatever. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And he commented that this was amazing, that this was all done. He never had to touch the fries, which is a very Trump. He's such a germaphobe and everything. He's like, this is amazing. It's so great. It's like the human body never touches these fries. And as a bit of an OCD person myself, I'm like, yeah, no, I get it. This is not healthy food, but I understand. You don't want I enjoy and respect the traditions of Japanese culture and stuff, and I enjoy sushi sometimes. But do you ever see like those authentic Japanese sushi chefs when they're serving you like fresh made sushi, and they stick the rice in the palm of one of their hands, and they mash the fish under the top of it with a thumb, and then they practically put it directly in your mouth? And I'm just like, I respect your art, but my God, that's a lot of skin contact with that food. Oh, fish.
I know, right?
I mean, I respect it. Things are generally pretty clean in Japan, as I understand it, but I don't know. It's not quite for me.
No, it's funny because do you ever watch the Great British Baking Show at all?
Can't say that I have. I've heard the name.
It's on Netflix. Anyhow, it's like a food competition where they have like a dozen people at the start, and they lose one person every episode. But anyway, I feel like there's always one or two contestants every season who will like touch their face and then touch the food, or they'll, chew on their hair, or, something that if you saw in a restaurant, you would be disgusted by. But, it's like, do they, like, if you're the judge, do you still have to eat everyone's food if you see them do that? Because that doesn't seem right.
Well, Bob, you didn't get my joke, because you said they start out with however many they start out with, and they lose one every time. And I said, salmonella?
Oh, yeah, right.
How are they losing these contestants? Apparently, perhaps a possibility there.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Well, okay. Yeah, that's interesting. Food. Yeah. Like, I will say I've seen what's that British chef, the asshole?
Gordon Ramsay?
Yes, indeed. Like, I don't like the way he treats staff at the restaurants that he used to go to, and like just yell and scream and curse at them and call them idiots and everything. But like the one thing that I agreed with him on was that like when I see like raw meat in contact with anything else that contacts anything else aside from the raw meat, I was like, yeah, this is a hanging offense. This is disgusting. Everybody should know it's disgusting. And yeah, like it's a problem.
Yeah.
Like when I eat Korean food over here, you have some tongs at the table when I eat gogi jib, like a meat restaurant. So there's some tongs on the table, and you take those and you put the raw meat on the grill and you cook it. And then as you're cooking it, you chop it up with some scissors and stuff, with the tongs and scissors and stuff. And then finally, when it's done, ideally, you take it off the grill with your chopsticks and you eat it. But sometimes people are trying to be helpful, and they pick up the cooked meat with the tongs. And I always put the meat right back on the grill for another 30 seconds or something, just to kill whatever's on there, because I'm like, those tongs have not been on the grill the whole time. They've still got the juices from the raw meat all over them, and you can't cook meat with them. Like, that's a no-no. So, anyways, okay, enough about food safety, perhaps.
Right. That's what people are tuning in for.
You know, this is a very sedate and dry debate. We're trying to liven it up a little bit here as we go, as we're able.
Right. This is all for you.
Yeah. Our next topic is a very happy, everybody's favorite topic: abortion.
Oh yeah.
Now to the issue of reproductive rights. Governor Walz, after Roe versus Wade was overturned, you signed a bill into law that made Minnesota one of the least restrictive states in the nation when it comes to abortion. Former President Trump said in the last debate that you believe abortion, quote, in the 9th month is absolutely fine. Yes or no? Is that what you support? I'll give you 2 minutes.
That's not what the bill says. But look, this issue is what's on everyone's mind. Donald Trump put this all into motion. He brags about how great it was that he put the judges in and overturned Roe versus Wade, 52 years of personal autonomy. And then he tells us, oh, we send it to the states. It's a beautiful thing. Amanda Zaworski would disagree with you on it's a beautiful thing. A young bride in Texas waiting for their child at 18 weeks. She has a complication, a tear in the membrane. She needs to go in. The medical care at that point needs to be decided by the doctor. And that would have been an abortion. But in Texas, that would have put them in legal jeopardy. She went home, got sepsis, nearly dies, and now she may have difficulty having children. Or in Kentucky, Hadley Duvall, a 12-year-old child raped and impregnated by her stepfather. Those are horrific. Now, when God asked about that, Senator Vance said 2 wrongs don't make a right. There is no right in this. So in Minnesota, what we did was restore Roe versus Wade. We made sure that we put women in charge of their health care. But look, this is not where, if you don't know Amanda or a Hadley, you soon will. Their Project 2025 is going to have a registry of pregnancies. It's going to make it more difficult, if not impossible, to get contraception and limit access, if not eliminate access to infertility treatments. For so many of you out there listening, me included, infertility treatments are why I have a child. That's nobody else's business, but those things are being proposed. And the catch-all on this is, well, the states will decide what's right for Texas might not be right for Washington. That's not how this works. This is basic human right. We have seen maternal mortality skyrocket in Texas, outpacing many other countries in the world. This is about health care. In Minnesota, we are ranked first in health care for a reason. We trust women. We trust doctors.
Senator, do you want to respond to the governor's claim? Will you create a federal pregnancy monitoring agency?
No, Nora, certainly we won't. And I want to talk about this issue because I know a lot of Americans care about it, and I know a lot of Americans don't agree with everything that I've ever said on this topic. And, you know, I grew up in a working class family in a neighborhood where I knew a lot of young women who had unplanned pregnancies and decided to terminate those pregnancies because they feel like they didn't have any other options. And, you know, one of them is actually very dear to me. And I know she's watching tonight, and I love you. And she told me something a couple years ago that she felt like if she hadn't had that abortion, that it would have destroyed her life because she was in an abusive relationship. And I think that what I take from that as a Republican who proudly wants to protect innocent life in this country, who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable, is that my party, we've got to do so much better of a job at earning the American people's trust back on this issue where they frankly just don't trust us. And I think that's one of the things that Donald Trump and I are endeavoring to do. I want us as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word. I want us to support fertility treatments. I want us to make it easier for moms to afford to have babies. I want it to make it easier for young families to afford a home so they can afford a place to raise that family. And I think there's so much that we can do on the public policy front just to give women more options. Now, of course, Donald Trump has been very clear that on the abortion policy specifically, that we have a big country and it's diverse. And California has a different viewpoint on this than Georgia. Georgia has a different viewpoint from Arizona. And the proper way to handle this, as messy as democracy sometimes is to let voters make these decisions. Let the individual states make their abortion policy. And I think that's what makes the most sense in a very big, a very diverse, and let's be honest, sometimes a very, very messy and divided country.
Governor, would you like to respond and also answer the question about restrictions?
Yeah, well, the question got asked, and Donald Trump made the accusation that wasn't true about Minnesota. Well, let me tell you about this idea that there's diverse states. There's a young woman named Amber Thurman. She happened to be in Georgia, a restrictive state. Because of that, she had to travel a long distance to North Carolina to try and get her care. Amber Thurman died in that journey back and forth. The fact of the matter is, how can we as a nation say that your life and your rights, as basic as the right to control your own body, is determined on geography? There's a very real chance, had Amber Thurman lived in Minnesota, she would be alive today. That's why the restoration of Roe versus Wade. When you listen to Vice President Harris talk about this subject and you hear me talk about it, you hear us talking exactly the same. Donald Trump is trying to figure out how to get the political right of this. I agree with a lot of what Senator Vance said about what's happening. His running mate, though, does not, and that's the problem.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, let me ask you about that. He mentioned, was, I think, referring to a national ban. In the past, you have supported a federal ban on abortion after 15 weeks. In fact, you said if someone can't support legislation like that, quote, you are making the United States the most barbaric pro-abortion regime anywhere in the entire world. My question is, why have you changed your position?
Well, Nora, first of all, I never supported a national ban. I did when I was running for Senate in 2022 talk about setting some minimum national standard. For example, we have a partial birth abortion ban in place in this country at the federal level. I don't think anybody's trying to get rid of that, or at least I hope not, though I know that Democrats have taken a very radical pro-abortion stance. But Nora, you know, one of the things that changed is in the state of Ohio, we had a referendum in 2023, and the people of Ohio voted overwhelmingly, by the way, against my position. And I think that what I learned from that, Nora, is that we've got to do a better job at winning back people's trust. So many young women would love to have families. So many young women also see an unplanned pregnancy as something that's going to destroy their livelihood, destroy their education, destroy their relationships. And we have got to earn people's trust back. And that's why Donald Trump and I are committed to pursuing pro-family policies, making child care more accessible, making fertility treatments more accessible, because we've got to do a better job at that. And that's what real leadership is.
Governor, your response.
I'm going to respond on the pro-abortion piece of that. No, we're not. We're pro-women. We're pro-freedom to make your own choice. We know what the implications are to not be that. Women having miscarriages, women not getting the care, physicians feeling like they may be prosecuted for providing that care. And as far as making sure that we're educating our children and giving them options, Minnesota's a state with one of the lowest teen pregnancy rates. We understand that, too. We know that the options need to be available, and we make that true. We also make it, we're a top 3 state for the best place to raise children. But these two things, to try and say that we're pro-children, but we don't like this, or you guys are pro-abortion, that's not the case at all. We are pro-freedoms for women to make their choices, and we're going, and Kamala Harris is making the case, to make options for children more affordable, a $6,000 child tax credit, but we're not going to base that on the backs of making someone like Amber Thurman drive 600 miles to try and get health care.
Senator.
May I respond to that? First of all, Governor, I agree with you. Amber Thurman should still be alive, and there are a lot of people who should still be alive, and I certainly wish that she was. And maybe you're free to disagree with me on this and explain this to me, but as I read the Minnesota law that you signed into law, the statute that you signed into law, it says that a doctor who presides over an abortion where the baby survives, the doctor is under no obligation to provide life-saving care to a baby who survives a botched late-term abortion. That is, I think, whether you're pro-choice or pro-abortion, that is fundamentally barbaric. And that's why I use that word, Nora, is because some of what we've seen, do you want to force Catholic hospitals to perform abortions against their will? Because Kamala Harris has supported suing Catholic nuns to violate their freedom of conscience. We can be a big and diverse country where we respect people's freedom of conscience and make the country more pro-baby and pro-family. But please.
Yes, Governor, please respond.
Look, this is one where there's always something there. This is a very simple proposition. These are women's decisions to make about their health care decisions, and the physicians who know best when they need to do this. Trying to distort the way a law is written to try and make a point. That's not it at all.
What was I wrong about, Governor? Please tell me. What was I wrong about?
That is not the way the law is written. Look, I've given this advice on a lot of things, that getting involved, that's been misread, and it was fact-checked at the last debate. But the point on this is there's a continuation of these guys to try and tell women or to get involved. I use this line on this, just mind your own business on this. Things worked best when Roe versus Wade was in place. When we do a restoration of Roe, that works best. That doesn't preclude us from increasing funding for children. It doesn't increase us from making sure that once that child's born, like in Minnesota, they get meals, they get early childhood education, they get health care. So the hiding behind we're going to do all these other things when you're not proposing them in your budget. Kamala Harris is proposing them. She's proposing all those things to make life easier for families.
I asked a specific question, Governor. You gave me a slogan as a response.
It's not the case. It's not true. That's not what the law says. So they fact-checked it with President Trump.
They mentioned Tim Walz at one point. Or in Kentucky, he mentions a young woman's name, a 12-year-old child raped and impregnated by her stepfather. And I was just thinking, I know they always want to give personal stories and anecdotes and stuff in these things, but I'm thinking there is a thing that's much more strict in South Korea about not naming names, even of victims or of perpetrators or criminals in many cases in South Korea. There's there's more of a libel and slander kind of lawsuit culture, kind of like the UK or something, as far as I understand, to some degree, maybe even more so. But I'm just do we really need to name that? And I pointedly did not name this girl because she's a 12-year-old kid who got raped and impregnated and has now become a political issue in this debate. Does she really want to spend the rest of her life having been named in this situation? Right? Mm-hmm. I'm just thinking probably at some point she wants to put it behind her and not have her name tied up with it, as should be her right as a minor victim of this kind of thing. So I'm just thinking I didn't love that Tim Walz did that. I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't notice that at the time, but yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's this, again, we've remarked before in debates about this tendency to want to, I met, Bob Decker down in Alabama, and he said, the economy hasn't been so great for him or whatever. It's just they always want to throw in somebody's name to attach a name and a space to a story, but it's we're talking about child rape here. Maybe we don't need to attach the victim's name to this. Mm-hmm. Just my thing. I don't know. Let's see. Towards the end, Tim Walz says, but those things are being proposed, and the catch-all on this is the states will decide what's right for Texas. The states will decide, and what's right for Texas might not be right for Washington. That's not how this works. This is a basic human right. We have seen maternal mortality skyrocket in Texas, outpacing many other countries in the world. This is about health care. I thought this was this is a strong argument, and probably could be extrapolated a little bit more. But, there's this thing, there's always a game with conservatives whenever it's do they want to do it at the federal level? They want to do it at the state level. They want to do it at the local level. It's just wherever they can get what they want, that's the level at which they want to operate, right?
Exactly.
If they federal, they'll do federal. But if they can't get federal, they're the state should have the right. And then it's what? Well, what's your guiding principle here? We're going from bigger to smaller. Ultimately, it comes down to the individual, right? So if we're going from bigger to smaller, from federal to state, why don't we go from state to city? Why don't we say, okay, the small towns can be like this, and the capital city of your state can be the other way, because they're probably going to want that. Or why don't we go down from the state to the individual? Why don't we say, it's pro-choice, right? Every human can make the choice for themselves, but they don't want to do that, right? So it's, and this is the thing, I think there's this impulse sometimes, and I've had it too, of this idea that okay, why don't we just let the blue states do things the blue state way, and the red states do the things the red state way, and everybody can just live in whichever state they want. And obviously there's a lot of people who get left behind those walls and what have you, but I think there is something to be said for, like, at the same time, like, I think, like, maybe we should, but I mean, ultimately the conclusion of that kind of logic, though, is the division of the country, basically, right?
Well, yeah, and that was the argument the Confederacy had, right, about slavery. So, I mean, if we just let them go their own way on that, then you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I think part of it was that they were worried about. I think the war was basically about, admitting more states from the Louisiana Purchase that were, whether they were going to be slave states or not, and whether in the long term having more non-slave states was going to lead to eventual restrictions in their own areas. To some degree, I think that was part of that consideration. But yeah, but it's like, at the end of the day, if we have, one set of laws for blue states and one set of laws for red states, and well, eventually we're just going to be two different countries with different laws, right?
Yeah.
And another way, there's no clean way to do it, because they always complain about blue cities. Well, every city's pretty much a blue city, basically.
Mm-hmm.
When you get enough people living together, the politics tend to go blue. When you're spread out in a rural area, politics tend to go red. Like, I mean, it's not a mystery. We know why it happens. We know different people have different concerns in those scenarios. So, that's how it is. But, like, so there's always going to be blue cities and red states, and there's always going to be red sections of blue states. So there's no clean way to do it, really. So, but I do think it would be interesting to say, okay, here's how we're going to do it. We're going to do blue state laws in blue states, and you guys can do your red state laws in red states. And if people from blue states want to migrate to red states, I don't know why they would, but if they do, they can, and vice versa. And we're going to see the exodus. And what's more, we're not going to give red states any tax benefits that come from the taxes of blue states. So you guys are going to have to financially support yourselves.
Well, I mean, I don't remember exactly what the statistics were, but I feel like most of the states that take most of the federal resources are red states, in fact.
Yeah, they are. As much as they bitch and moan about, welfare queens and this and that, or, people living high off the hog of the federal teat or what have you, the open secret is that the red states are net takers, and the blue states are net givers towards the budgets that they run up. The thing is, if we actually cut them off of, number one, it would probably be an immediate civil war, because they would say, this is bullshit, this isn't fair, we aren't going to be a country anymore. But it would be a real wake up call for them. They'd be like, oh, okay, actually we need the blue states. The blue states are actually making profits, and we're benefiting from that. They right now they're unaware of it, so they don't appreciate it. So
yeah.
And at the same time, they have the gall to complain about, takers and moochers in the city or what have you. Yeah, it's pretty maddening.
Well, speaking of blue states and red states, this goes back to something I think you said. I can't remember if it was just us talking or on the podcast, but I know there's no chance of this happening, at least this time. Maybe in the future, but wouldn't it be something if the opposite then has happened would be true, where the Republican got the majority of the popular vote and the blue states somehow got, you know what I mean, the electoral college victory? I would just love to see that, just to see the flip-flopping on the electoral college at a drop of the hat, like that would be something.
People wanted Trump. They said it. It's not fair. He was really robbed this time.
Right.
He was joking in 2020. No, this time it's for real. You have to let him be president now. We're a republic. We're a democracy, not a republic.
Didn't you hear?
Yeah, it would be a immediate flip flop, I guarantee it. So yeah,
that will never happen though. But
never happen. No, not going to happen. So again, I think this is stuff that I would, I think, like, the thing that Biden should have done, frankly, over the past 4 years, and whether it's legal or not, I don't even really give a damn, because the Republicans broke all kinds of laws. But he should have been much more democracy forward in the long term, if not in the short term, as far as overriding checks and balances, perhaps. Like, this is a hot take, but, like, the fiddle farting around with not packing the courts, screwing around about, oh, well, what are we going to do about the filibuster? Well, we can't really do anything. Okay, whatever. We've got a couple traitorous Democrats who won't let us get what we need to get done now, which we saw the woman from Hawaii,
Tulsi
Gabbard. She's declared herself a Republican and kissed Trump on the mouth now.
Ooh.
That's because of people like her, which we all knew what she was the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, like, Joe Biden would have a much more powerful position, I think, at this point, and Democrats would have a more powerful position if they'd actually acted like democracy was on the line, and the idea that we need to get back to, you know what, the Republicans are going to have these perverse incentives to govern the way they do and try to overrule the majority of the way they do, as long as they have the possibility of winning without winning a majority of votes. The kindest thing that Democrats could do to the Republican Party is to bring them back forcibly in line with having to appeal to a majority of voters. If the Republicans actually had to win by appealing to people instead of by, tricking people into voting against their own economic self-interest by bringing up all this, transgender bathroom stuff, like the culture war stuff, they would actually have to figure out what was popular. I think the last time we heard any talk about this was in 2012 after the loss of Romney, and there was some article written somewhere that was like about
it was the autopsy that the RNC did, and
and the thing was, they had said, like, we need to figure out how to start appealing to Latinos, right? We need to stop being so gung-ho about the immigration stuff. Well, they didn't do that. They went with Trump and they doubled down, and they are now consistently, in the last 20 years, in the 21st century so far, the Republicans, to my knowledge, have only won an actual majority of votes one time, which was in 2004 with George W. Bush, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's correct, right? Other than that,
so.
In a presidential election, they have never won a majority. So this is unacceptable. We can't keep allowing. And they talk about, well, the small states have to have their rights too, and it's not fair if just the coastal elites dominate everybody else. Well, it is. States don't have rights. People have rights, and there are more people who want this. It's not a matter of like, North Dakota's rights weren't respected. There's like 500,000 people in all of North Dakota or something. It's like, sorry, you don't get you don't get what do they have, like 2 senators just like every other state.
Oh, I know, it's maddening.
So as long as they have a system that allows these anti-democratic things to be done, and as long as they can win without getting the majority, they don't have an incentive to actually change their policies to be popular, right? And we know, like the thing with the border stuff now, okay, they may actually have more popular ideas than the Democrats in some areas, rightly or wrongly, about this stuff. So they do have the potential to be more popular on some issues, but some issues they're just not going to. So I think if Joe Biden had been serious about saying, look, this is what we're doing, to some degree, we don't have to respect the Supreme Court right now because they've stolen seats on the Supreme Court. We're going to disregard this current Supreme Court as such, and we're going to start putting things right. It may have led to a civil war to the degree that people can get off their couches, but I think that was the real chance to energize the Democratic fight in this election, and to some degree, Republicans only respect strength. They don't respect weakness. They don't respect this, oh, well, I want to get along with my Republican brothers.
No.
That's the bipartisan blah, blah, blah. Nobody respects that. Republicans don't respect it. And frankly, Democratic activists, aside from the people who are just obsessed with the niceties of democracy, don't respect it either. So,
yeah. Well, I mean, to bring it back to the debate, I do think that kind of what we were saying is like Tim Walz definitely didn't project. I mean, it's because he's like a decent guy, and I can tell he's a decent guy, but like if anybody deserves to be treated a little bit indecently for his actual views, it's JD Vance, you know.
Yeah, I think it's hard to project that though when he seems like a nice enough fella on stage that night though. So yeah. Anyways, well, okay, moving along. Yeah. So I think JD Vance said, we have a big country and it's diverse, and California has a different viewpoint on this than Georgia, and Georgia has a different viewpoint from Arizona. And the proper way to handle this, as messy as democracy sometimes is to let the voters make these decisions. Let the individual states make their own abortion policy. And I think that's what makes the most sense in a very big, very diverse, and let's be honest, sometimes a very, very messy and divided country. Okay. See. So, and then Tim Wall's response. Okay, let's see. There's a young woman named Amber Thurmond. She happened to be in Georgia, a restrictive state. Because of that, she had to travel a long distance to North Carolina to try to get her care. Amber Thurmond died in that journey back and forth. The fact of the matter is, how can we as a nation say that your life and your rights are as basic as the right to control your own body is determined on geography? There's a very real chance, had Amber Thurmond lived in Minnesota, she would be alive today. That's why, okay, the restoration of Roe versus Wade. Okay. And I think this is a strong point. This is the point. Like, you could say we should bring it back to the state, the states. Not the federal government, but each state can make its own decisions. Well, in that case, you're basically dooming, X number of women to health complications and death in red states. And you could say, well, they should get out of those states if they don't want to be there. But you can't. All the women are never going to leave a certain state, and they're not all going to know that they're going to get pregnant or that they're going to have the complications from the pregnancy and stuff. So it's just at what level do we view this right? Is it a state right, a federal right, or a human right, a basic human right that shouldn't be, one way in one state and another way in another state?
Yeah, exactly.
And if it is going to be one way in one state and one way in another state, women in those states need to take a long, hard look and think really hard about, do I want to be in the state? What if this situation arises? What's my plan? And there's
you got to think with the legal implications of somebody committing a quote unquote crime in one state and traveling to another. Like, are you going to be charged when you get back? I mean, how is that going to work?
What kind of crime what do you mean?
Well, let's say one state has completely outlawed abortion and the next door state hasn't. Are you going to put people at the border to check why you're leaving the state? They
want to do that, right? That's like part of Project 2025, isn't it?
Oh yeah, exactly.
Woman, and you're traveling across state lines, they want to know where, when, why, who, how, etc. It's un-American, absolutely un-American. I think we can all agree about that.
Mm-hmm.
So, but again, at the end of this, Tim Walz did mention the restoration of Roe versus Wade, which I've already said on the previous podcast. I think is that's not good enough. I think Roe versus Wade is gone, and if and when we retake power to the degree that we can do something about it, we need to go further than Roe versus Wade ever did. I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Constitutional amendment, whatever you want to do. To the degree, I mean, we're incapable of passing constitutional amendments in the modern day and age, anyways. But
not in the last years, we haven't.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when was the last one? I don't even know, but I have to think it was a while back.
I don't know what the last successful one was. Maybe it was the changing the voting age from 21 to 18, possibly. But I know that the Equal Rights Amendment came up to 2 states short, and that was in the 70s. So I think that was, that was the last one that even got close.
Yeah, and I think other people elsewhere have made the point. As much as we all, talk about the founding fathers and their infinite wisdom and stuff, part of that infinite wisdom was they gave us a constitution that was supposed to be malleable, that we could make changes in the future when circumstances dictated. And there's this originalist type of thinking or something on the right that no, it was perfect when it was made there, and how things were then was how things were always supposed to be, and it's just not the case. So this is the sclerotic aspect of our modern government that is probably the reason we have these upstart rising up groups like the Tea Party, and we have a government that is incapable of responding to the realities of modern life.
Yeah.
Broadly, I would say.
Exactly. Well, that kind of goes to something that I saw about, the Supreme Court giving itself undue power, because the Supreme Court knows just as much as anyone else does that the legislative branch is completely paralyzed at this point. But their argument is always like, oh, well, if you want to make a law about it, go ahead and make a law about it. But they know very well that's not going to happen. So really, they're just giving themselves undue amounts of power here when they, they're claiming disingenuously that the system works one way, but we all know through lived experience that that is not the case. So.
Yeah. And the maddening thing about all this is it can only go on so long before there's a revolution at some point.
Mm-hmm.
And, probably it's going to be a right-wing revolution or something. The thing is, I think I'm convinced that, you can sit there and you can say like, oh, the Republicans, they're misunderstood, they this or that. I do think they're misunderstanding some things. I do think to some degree, rightly or wrongly, some of their anti-government rebelliousness and so forth is tied to the fact that their issues are not being addressed. And, to some degree, I mean, I don't know, it gets very broad, but like we elect mostly lawyers to go be our politicians. And these are mostly members of what might, in some political philosophies, be called the petty bourgeoisie of their local regions, right? These are all rich people, local town. Somebody, in Mitchell, who are the politicians? Who are the people who are in charge of Mitchell? When you think about it, you've been in Mitchell your whole life. You know the town better than I did.
I mean, Jerry Hancock was the mayor for like 30 years or something. So.
Yeah. But my point is, like, what did these people do? What was when they weren't politicians, what were they?
I think it's mostly small business owners.
Exactly. Yeah, these are like, hey, I own the car dealership here.
Yeah.
Maine and whatever, or yada yada yada.
Yeah, I think he had like a trucking company or something. So.
But my point is, that's Mitchell. That's writ small. I'm saying writ large. We have people who are these kinds of people in their local community. They're reasonably wealthy. When their children go to school, they buy them a brand new truck. They have a nice Mustang. They have a nice car. And these are the families that leadership comes from in America broadly.
Mm-hmm.
And Mitchell, Indiana is not a very prosperous town for a lot of the people who live there. There's a brain drain. Young people generally want to get out and stuff. And it's been that way, I remember when I moved out, it was like, during the 90s or something. And, I remember when the factory was still there, what was it? It was making the school buses.
Oh, Carpenter.
Yeah. And I remember in that central area there by the highway where all the school buses were. And, frankly, under Democrats and under Republicans, Mitchell, Indiana has been a poor town, small town, perhaps a town line. Like, so you can understand these people may not understand what they're even angry about necessarily. They may or may not have a full understanding of it, but they may be right to be angry about something that, the petty bourgeoisie of small communities go up to Washington and they address their interests. They don't necessarily address the interests of the people, the workers there in the town. So, so Democrat or Republican, it doesn't really change. And you can convince these people that, oh, things were good under Trump, but they were bad under Biden. The reality is, for these people, probably they were bad the whole time. But maybe they felt a little better because their guy was there or something. But like their real, actual economic situation was not that much difference, maybe we have inflation now and people feel it more directly because various reasons. But yeah. Anyways. Yeah. Let's see. J.D. Vance continues talking about abortion stuff, and he says, so many young women also see an unplanned pregnancy as something that's going to destroy their livelihood, destroy their education, destroy their relationships. And we, he means the Republican Party, we have got to earn people's trust back. I'm like, how? By doing what? You've identified a problem that women correctly identified this a certain way, but now you're talking about we got to earn their trust back. Okay, by doing what? He says something about like pro-family policies. Well, a pregnant woman may or may not have a family. She may or may not still have the father in her life or whatever, rightly or wrongly.
Yeah, no, it was something that I noticed from J.D. Vance a lot in this debate where he kept being like, we got to do a better job of explaining this to the people. And it's like, what do you mean? Your policies are unpopular. People correctly understand them and they don't like them. Like, it's not a communication issue. People have understood what your policy is here and they're not in favor of it.
Yeah. If it's a communication issue, you should be able to immediately identify. You should communicate it right now, not just say, yeah, that's something we got to work on. It sounds good for some people maybe, but it's a non-answer. So yeah.
Yes.
Let's see. Tim Walls responds. He says, I'm going to respond on the pro-abortion piece of that. No, we're not. We are pro-women. We are pro-freedom. Make your own choice. We know what the implications are to not be that woman, to not be that women having miscarriages, women not getting their care, physicians feeling like they may be prosecuted for providing that care. And as far as making sure that we're educating our children and giving them options, Minnesota's a state with one of the lowest teen pregnancy rates. We understand that too. We know that the options need to be available, and we make that true. And also we're a top 3 state for the best place to raise children. But these two things to try and say that we're pro-children, but we don't like this, or you guys are pro-abortion, that's not the case at all. We are pro-freedoms for women to make their choices. Says, and Kamala Harris is making the case to make options for children more affordable, a $6,000 child tax credit. But we are not going to base out on the backs of making someone like Amber Thurman drive 600 miles to try and get health care. And J.D. Vance, may I respond? First of all, Governor, I agree with you. Amber Thurman should still be alive. And there are a lot of people who should still be alive. And I certainly wish that she was. And maybe you're free to disagree with me on this and explain this to me. But as I read the Minnesota law that you signed into law, the statute that you signed into, it says that a doctor who presides over abortion where the baby survives, the doctor has no obligation to provide life-saving care to the baby. Like, now wait, okay, you're doing it again, J.D. Vance. You're saying, I agree with you. That woman who died trying to get an abortion in another state, she should still be alive. I wish she was still alive. Okay, how could she still be alive? By not approving your policies, you idiot. That's the step you were unwilling to take. You're gesturing at a positive outcome without acknowledging that it's the opposite of your own policies that would allow that to be true. So, again, yeah, abortion.
Yeah. It's ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, I think this is the one place where he knows that his position is unpopular and he's just trying to find a way to like get people on his side without actually expressing his real viewpoint or something. Like if he was on a right-wing podcast right now, we'd hear a different tune, I bet. So
Sorry, if we were on a right-wing podcast, say again.
Oh, I just said if J.D. Vance was on a right-wing podcast, I don't know that he would be giving these same answers. Like he's definitely like towing the line here and trying to be like, oh, I get it. I'm mad about this too. Gosh, like
yeah. And right-wing podcasters will never hold, the next time he goes on a right-wing podcast, they won't hold him accountable for any of this, because they know there's the inside and the outside game. When he's outside for the public, he has to play that game. When he's with them, he can tell them what he really feels. So, but they're not going to say, "Why'd you say this during the debate? That's bullshit. We don't agree with that." They're not going to say that. They know he has to say what's politically palatable in public, and they are not going to hold him accountable for that. No, they're the same picture, right? To do the meme or whatever from the Office. So anyways, I think that was about all on abortion. Next subject was guns.
Welcome back to the CBS News vice presidential debate. We want to turn now to America's gun violence epidemic. The leading cause of death for children and teens in America is by firearms. Senator Vance, you oppose most gun legislation that Democrats claim would curb gun violence. You oppose red flag gun laws and legislation to ban certain semi-automatic rifles, including AR-15s. So let me ask you, earlier this year, for the first time, the parents of a school shooter were convicted of involuntary manslaughter and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Do you think holding parents responsible could curb mass shootings? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, Nora, on that particular case, I don't know the full details, but I certainly trust local law enforcement and local authorities to make those decisions. I think in some cases the answer is going to be yes, and in some cases the answer is going to be no. And the details really matter here, of course. For example, if a kid steals a gun, that's going to be different than if a parent hands over a gun knowing that their kid is potentially dangerous. But look, I want to just sort of speak as a father of 3 beautiful little kids, and our oldest is now in 2nd grade. And like a lot of parents, we send our kids to school with such hope and such joy and such pride at their little faces on the first day of school. And we know, unfortunately, that a lot of kids are going to experience this terrible epidemic of gun violence. And of course, our hearts go out to the families that are affected by this terrible stuff. And we do have to do better. And I think that Governor Walz and I actually probably agree that we need to do better on this. The question is just, how do we actually do it? Now, here's something that really bothers me and worries me about this epidemic of violence. The gross majority, close to 90% in some of the statistics I've seen, of the gun violence in this country is committed with illegally obtained firearms. And while we're on that topic, we know that thanks to Kamala Harris's open border, we've seen a massive influx in the number of illegal guns run by the Mexican drug cartels. So that number, the amount of illegal guns in our country is higher today than it was 3.5 years ago. But what do we do about the schools? What do we do to protect our kids? And I think the answer is, and I say this not loving the answer, because I don't want my kids to go to school in a school that feels unsafe or where there are visible signs of security. But I unfortunately think that we have to increase security in our schools. We have to make the doors lock better. We have to make the doors stronger. We've got to make the windows stronger. And of course, we've got to increase school resource officers, because the idea that we can magically wave a wand and take guns out of the hands of bad guys, it just doesn't fit with recent experience. So we've got to make our schools safer. And I think we've got to have some common sense bipartisan solutions for how to do that.
Governor, you have 2 minutes.
Well, I think all the parents watching tonight, this is your biggest nightmare. Look, I got a 17-year-old, and he witnessed a shooting at a community center playing volleyball. Those things don't leave you. As a member of Congress, I sat in my office surrounded by dozens of the Sandy Hook parents, and they were looking at my 7-year-old picture on the wall. Their 7-year-old were dead, and they were asking us to do something. And look, I'm a hunter. I own firearms. The vice president is. We understand that the Second Amendment is there, but our first responsibility is to our kids to figure this out. In Minnesota, we've enacted enhanced red flag laws, enhanced background checks, and we can start to get data. But here's the problem. If we really want to solve this, we've got folks that won't allow research to be even done on gun violence. And this idea that we should just live with it, and here's what I do think, that this is a good start to the conversation. I 100% believe that Senator Vance hates it when these kids, it's abhorrent and it breaks your heart. I agree with that. But that's not far enough when we know there are things that worked. I've spent time in Finland and seen some Finnish schools. They don't have this happen, even though they have a high gun ownership rate in the country. There are reasonable things that we can do to make a difference. It's not infringing on your Second Amendment. And the idea to have some of these weapons out there, it just doesn't make any sense. Kamala Harris, as an attorney general, worked on this issue. She knows that it's there. No one's trying to scaremonger and say we're taking your guns, but I ask all of you out there, do you want your schools hardened to look like a fort? Is that what we have to go when we know there's countries around the world that their children aren't practicing these types of drills? They're being kids. We owe it to them to get a fix. These are things that shouldn't be that difficult. You can still keep your firearms, and we can make a difference. We have to. If you're listening tonight, this breaks your heart.
Senator.
Tim, first of all, I didn't know that your 17-year-old witnessed a shooting. I'm sorry about that, and I hope that he's doing okay. Christ have mercy. It is awful. And I appreciate what Tim said, actually, about Finland, because I do think it illustrates some of the frankly, weird differences between our own country's gun violence problem and Finland. Okay, first of all, we have way higher rates of mental health abuse or mental health substance abuse. We have way higher rates of depression, way higher rates of anxiety. We unfortunately have a mental health crisis in this country that I really do think that we need to get to the root causes of, because I don't think it's the whole reason why we have such a bad gun violence problem, but I do think it's a big piece of it. Another driver of the gun violence epidemic, especially that affecting our kids, it doesn't earn as many headlines, but is the terrible gun violence problem in a lot of our big cities. And this is why we have to empower law enforcement to arrest the bad guys, put them away, and take gun offenders off the streets. I think there's a whole host of things that we can do here, but I do think at our schools we've got to talk about more security.
Senator, thank you. Governor, you previously opposed an assault weapons ban, but only later in your political career did you change your position. Why?
Yeah, I sat in that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was an NRA guy for a long time. They used to teach gun safety. I'm of an age where my shotgun was in my car so I could pheasant hunt after football practice. That's not where we live today. And several things I want to mention on this is talking about cities and where it's at. The number one where the most firearm deaths happen in Minnesota are rural suicides. And we have an epidemic of children getting guns and shooting themselves. And so we have, and we should look at all of the issues, making sure folks have health care and all that, but I want to be very careful. This idea of stigmatizing mental health, just because you have a mental health issue doesn't mean you're violent. And I think what we end up doing is we start looking for a scapegoat. Sometimes it just is the guns. It's just the guns, and there are things that you can do about it. But I do think that this is one, and I think this is a healthy conversation. I think there's a capacity to find solutions on this that work, protect Second Amendment, protect our children. That's our priority.
Gentlemen, thank you. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora.
Let's see. JD Vance says, now here's something that really bothers me and worries me about this epidemic of violence. The gross majority, close to 90%, and some of the statistics I've seen of the gun violence in this country is committed with illegally obtained firearms. And while we're on the topic, we know that thanks to Kamala Harris's open border, we've seen a massive influx in the number of illegal guns run by the Mexican drug cartel. I'm thinking, is this true? Like, how does he mean that? Like, guns coming from Mexico to America? Isn't that the wrong way? Like, am I crazy? Like, why would Mexico be sending guns to America?
Yeah,
like even if you're like a cartel hitman coming up here to murder somebody, the easiest thing in the world would be cross the border without the gun, come to America, meet somebody here, get your illegal gun from somebody else on the black market, and do what you got to do then. Like, why in the world would you be exporting guns to America? That doesn't even make sense to me. So I'm like, hey, I'm willing to be proven wrong. If there's facts out there, if there's statistics out there, if there's proof that Mexicans are shipping guns to America for any reason, like, I'd love to see it, but that seems to go against every single thing I've ever heard in my life about the way the border economy works regarding guns, drugs, human trafficking, etc.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that you can see that every time there's a less restrictive place next to a more restrictive place, the guns will flow from the less restrictive place to the more restrictive place. So it seems more likely that, the guns are going in the opposite direction. Because, I know a lot of the guns that end up in Chicago, for example, come from Indiana because we're a much more permissive state on guns, I'm sure the same dynamic would be at play elsewhere too.
Well, I would even be careful not to even suggest that Mexico is more restrictive on guns. I have no idea what Mexican gun laws are, and from what we see, year to year in Mexico, it doesn't look like there's a lot of restriction on guns down there. Maybe I'm wrong, but I mean, to my knowledge, there's no major gun manufacturing company based in Mexico, right? How many gun makers are there? Like, we make the guns, we sell the guns. Like, even the was it Crossfire Hurricane, or what was the thing under Obama where there was supposed to be some sort of a bust in Mexico, but we ended up giving them a whole bunch of weapons, and later an American citizen somewhere was killed with a gun that was like, in a messed up, like, I don't even remember what the whole story there was there, but the point was American guns were going into Mexico at that point. I've never heard anything to suggest otherwise, that it was going the other direction. So I'd be fascinated, if one of our conservative listeners would like to email into the show or something with some evidence that Mexican guns are coming back into America, I welcome it. Happy to be proven wrong on this one. Let's see. He's talking about, again, school safety, I think. He says, let's see. So that number, the amount of illegal guns in our country, is higher today than it was 3.5 years ago. But what do we do about the schools? What do we do to protect our kids? And I think the answer is, and I say this not loving the answer, because I don't want my kids to go to school, and a school that feels unsafe or where there are visible signs of security. But I unfortunately think that we have to increase security in our schools. We have to make the doors lock better. We have to make the doors stronger. We've got to make the windows stronger. And we've got to increase school resource officers, something, et cetera. I'm thinking, we've got to make the windows stronger at our schools. Are you fucking insane? Do you really think we are going to bulletproof every single window in every single school all across the United States of America? Are you insane? I mean, like, how much would that do for the budget? Like, what would that do to the American budget? Like, impossible, ridiculous. You remember how many windows were on school, like Mitchell High School? Like, how many, like, just walls of windows? Every corner of the school was just windows.
Yeah, that would be impossible to retrofit that. Yeah,
and a lot of some of the doors opening onto the hallways are windows too, and there's windows sometimes. I mean, it's utter insanity. You should, JD Vance should take a walk in one public school and see how many windows are there, and think about the concept of trying to bulletproof one school, let alone every school in America. It's utter insanity. It's not a solution. It's not a serious proposal.
No, and it's not even like schools are the only places where this is happening either. So it's like, I don't know how we're supposed to, like, fortify, every building, or, like, take the Las Vegas shooting, for example. I mean, that happened in an open air concert on the Las Vegas Strip. Like what how are you supposed to, like, harden that target? You can't.
Well, I do think most mass shooters often seem to target a place that has some emotional significance to themselves. So I do think that's probably why schools are a more appealing target. I think the LA or the Las Vegas shooting was a kind of a unique in some ways.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, it's not a, the obvious solution is, to some degree, we have to reduce the number of legal weapons that are often used in these shootings in America to decrease the secondary black market. It's not about legal weapons versus illegal weapons. Legal weapons become illegal weapons. You sell a gun to your cousin, and then he sells to somebody else, and at some point some numbers get filed off, and next thing you know, you've got an illegal weapon. It's like, what are you going to do? I don't know. You know Jeremy Lewis?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Poor guy. He's not with us anymore. But yeah, I remember back in the day we used to go around, sometimes go to these pawn shops. I think we went to a pawn shop down in New Orleans at one point or something, and they had a they had an Uzi there.
Wow.
It was a semi-automatic Uzi, right? And for some reason, Jeremy bought the thing. Jeremy was buying several guns, all kinds of guns back then. And so we had bought this Uzi down there, and then he and we took it back to his place, and we were, I think the idea was we were going to try to disassemble it. Supposedly Uzis are, pretty simple. I think you pull one pin and the whole thing can be disassembled. And, we're supposedly going to take a look at it and see if we couldn't make it automatic fully, right? So Jeremy pulled this pin and the whole thing just like slid apart in his hands basically, and all the parts fell apart. He put it back together, and when he put it back together, it couldn't shoot. And I'm trying to remember how much he had bought it for, because he had bought it for like $150 or something at the pawn shop.
Wow.
And then, a few weeks later or something, somebody else from down in Mitchell there was like, hey, Jeremy, I'd like to buy that gun off you. How much or something? I'll give you $300 for it or something. So, and at this point, Jeremy still hadn't been able to put the thing back together to where it could shoot. So he bought a cheap Uzi semi-automatic at a pawn shop, broke it, and then doubled his price by selling it again to another guy. So this is just some of the just utter insanity that we used to and this is in high school. Like, this was just the crazy shit that went on in the small town. So
Right.
yeah, I don't know.
Try that in a small town, Chuck.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Poor Jeremy. Rest in peace. Okay. Well, let's see. We got to keep moving here, I suppose. Well, Bob, I got good news. We're on page 30 out of 50, so we're pushing
More
ahead.
than
Okay. Let's see. Well, Tim Walls mentions like that one of his children had witnessed a shooting. His 17-year-old son, I think, had witnessed a shooting, and the JD Vance, in a relatively human moment, he says, Tim, first of all, I didn't know that your 17-year-old had witnessed the shooting, and I'm sorry about that. And I hope, Tim Wall says, I appreciate that. And he says, Christ have mercy, it is awful. And I appreciate what Tim said, actually, about Finland, because I do think it illustrates some of the frankly weird differences between our own country's gun violence problem and Finland's. Okay, he says, first of all, we have way higher rates of mental health abuse or mental health substance abuse. We have higher rates of depression, higher rates of anxiety. I don't know. I don't know that that's true. It'd be interesting to see some other figures about that. And yeah, and we could look at why, Finland is, one of those Northern European countries, socialist, right?
Mm-hmm.
It may be that they have a social system that provides better for their citizens, which is probably why their mental health outcomes are better. So, again, you could make this a holistic argument about everything the Republicans are talking about, but he doesn't want to have that conversation, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
And then he says, "Oh, it doesn't earn as many headlines, but is the terrible gun violence a problem in a lot of our big cities?" So again, he's like, this thing like, oh, it's not a problem out in the country, and we don't have so much gun violence out there, but it's the big cities' guns problem. So it's these democratic big cities where they're banning guns, they actually have more gun violence. So it's like the democratic cities are wrong in every which way. They try to ban guns, they have fewer guns, but they have more gun violence. How does this happen? Absurd,
Yes, ridiculous.
Yeah, higher population concentration, more people, perhaps more economic inequality. There's going to be more person-to-person shootings, and that's a reality probably in any big city. It's like, that's why policies that you advocate in the countryside don't work in the cities, and perhaps in some cases vice versa. It's just like, by necessity, big cities and small towns have different needs, different requirements, and different concerns. So, Tim Walls says, he says, yeah, I sat in that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. What?
I noticed that too.
I've become friends with school shooter Tim Walz. Come on, man.
I don't feel like that was what he meant to say.
Okay, I've become friends with the families of the victims of school shootings. Okay, but come on. You can't say I've become friends with school shooters. He mentions the number one where the most firearm deaths happen in Minnesota are rural suicide. And we have an epidemic of children getting guns and shooting themselves. So again, I feel like this is probably a correct point. There may be more violent shootings in cities necessarily, but there may be an epidemic of rural suicides with guns that is, less of an impetus for gun control. But anyways, that's what I had on guns. Did you have anything else about guns?
Yeah, I noticed that thing about the school shootings too. That was not a great moment.
Yeah, I mean, I question whether we should even mention things like that, because like if Fox News didn't jump on it and make it an issue, maybe we shouldn't even mention it. But
yeah, right.
Like something interesting happened in this debate, and it's like it's kind of an unforced error, and I guess it doesn't really matter. It didn't really affect anything, but it's just like, okay. Again, Tim Walz is, I think for an MSNBC hit or something for 5 minutes or something on MSNBC, you almost can't do better than Tim Walz. But in a 90-minute debate, yeah, you're going to have some slippage here and there.
Mm-hmm.
So our next problem is housing and rent problems.
Let's turn now to the top contributor to inflation, the high cost of housing and rent. There's a shortage of more than 4 million homes in the United States, and that contributes to the high housing prices. Governor Walz, the Harris campaign promises a $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers and a $10,000 tax credit. They also promise to build 3 million new homes. Where are you building these homes, and won't handing out that kind of money just drive up prices higher?
No, it's not handing out. First, let me say this issue of housing, and I think those of you listening on this, the problem we've had is that we've got a lot of folks that see housing as another commodity. It can be bought up, it can be shifted, it can be moved around. Those are not folks living in those houses. Those of you listening tonight, that house is a big deal. I bought and owned one house in my life. My mom still lives in the house where I was. And when I think of a house, I'm thinking of Christmas services after midnight mass where you go with your family. We need to make it more affordable. And one of the things, as I said, this program that the vice president is pushing forward and bringing a new way of approaching this is something we're doing in Minnesota from that lead. We in the state invested in making sure our housing was the biggest investment that we'd ever made in housing. It starts to make it easier. We cut some of the red tape. Local folks, look, we can't do it at the federal level, but local folks make it easier to build those homes. And then that down payment assistance. I can tell all of you out there, certainly for me, using the GI Bill was one thing, but a veteran's home loan, the big thing about a veteran's home loan is you don't have to pay the down payment. Those are things that make it there. Now, look, you're going to pay it back, and you're going to pay your mortgage. Those are things that we know in the long run, the appreciated value, the generational wealth that's created from it. And I will give Minneapolis an example. Minneapolis is the one city where we've seen the lowest inflation rates. We've seen a 12% increase in stock because we've put some of these things in, and we're implementing a state program to make sure we give some of that down payment assistance. We get it back from people because here's what we know. People with stable housing end up with stable jobs. People with stable housing have their kids able to get to school. All of those things in the long run end up saving our money. And that's the thing that I think we should be able to find some common ground in, but we can't blame immigrants for the only reason. That's not the case that's happening in many cities. The fact of the matter is that we don't have enough naturally affordable housing, but we can make sure that the government's there to help kickstart it, create that base.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, as far as your campaign's position, the promise is to seize federal lands to build homes, remove regulation, provide tax breaks, and cut back on immigration, which you say pushes up prices. Where are you going to build all the new homes you're promising, and what part of any of this plan will provide immediate relief? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Tim just said something that I agree with. We don't want to blame immigrants for higher housing prices, but we do want to blame Kamala Harris for letting in millions of illegal aliens into this country, which does drive up costs, Tim. 25 million illegal aliens competing with Americans for scarce homes is one of the most significant drivers of home prices in the country. It's why we have massive increases in home prices that have happened right alongside massive increases in illegal alien populations under Kamala Harris's leadership. Now, Tim just mentioned a bunch of ideas. Now, some of those ideas I actually think are halfway decent, and some of them I disagree with. But the most important thing here is Kamala Harris is not running as a newcomer to politics. She is the sitting vice president. If she wants to enact all of these policies to make housing more affordable, I invite her to use the office that the American people already gave her, not sit around and campaign and do nothing while Americans find the American dream of homeownership completely unaffordable. Now, you asked, Margaret, what would immediately change the equation for American citizens if you lower energy prices? As Donald Trump says, drill, baby, drill. One of the biggest drivers of housing costs, aside from illegal immigration, is, think about it. If a truck driver is paying 40% more for diesel, then the lumber he's delivering to the job site to build the house is also going to become a lot more expensive. If we open up American energy, you will get immediate pricing relief for American citizens, not, by the way, just in housing, but in a whole host of other economic goods, too.
Senator Vance, you still have 23 seconds there. Do you want to answer?
Can I have it?
Where, Governor, we will get to you in a moment. But, Senator, where are you going to seize the federal lands? Can you clarify?
Well, what Donald Trump has said is we have a lot of federal lands that aren't being used for anything. They're not being used for national park. They're not being used, and they could be places where we build a lot of housing. And I do think that we should be opening up building in this country. We have a lot of land that could be used. We have a lot of Americans that need homes. We should be kicking out illegal immigrants who are competing for those homes, and we should be building more homes for the American citizens who deserve to be here.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, I do want to let you respond to the allegation that the vice president is letting in.
Well, of course, that's not true. And again, you have the facts. I guess we agreed not to fact check. I'll check it. That, look, crossings are down compared to when Donald Trump left office. But it's, again, blaming and not trying to find the solution. I was going to ask, though, on this question, are we going to drill and build houses in the same federal land? And I think when people hear federal lands, these are really important pieces of land. Now, Minnesota doesn't have a lot of federal lands. I know in the western part of the countries we do. There's not a lot of federal lands in and around Minneapolis, for example. So the issue is I don't understand the federal lands issue unless we see this, and I worry about this as someone who cares deeply about our national parks and our federal lands. Look, Minnesota, we protect these things. We've got about 20% of the world's fresh water. These lands protect. They're there for a reason. They belong to all of us. But again, this is when you view housing and you view these things as commodities. Like, there's a chance to make money here. Let's take this federal land and let's sell it to people for that. I think there's better ways to do this. We've seen it in Minnesota. We're able to refurbish some of these houses. We're able to make some investments. That gets people in. And I'm still on the fact on this. Economists, Senator Vance, you said you don't like the economists. Which economists are saying that it is immigrants that's adding to the cost?
Governor, your time is up. But Senator, on that point, I'd like for you to clarify. There are many contributing factors to high housing costs. What evidence do you have that migrants are part of this problem?
Well, there's a Federal Reserve study that we're happy to share after the debate. We'll put it up on social media, actually, that really drills down on the connection between increased levels of migration, especially illegal immigration, and higher housing prices. Now, of course, Margaret, that's not the entire driver of higher housing prices. It's also the regulatory regime of Kamala Harris. Look, we are a country of builders. We're a country of doers. We're a country of explorers. But we increasingly have a federal administration that makes it harder to develop our resources, makes it harder to build things, and wants to throw people in jail for not doing everything exactly as Kamala Harris says they have to do. And what that means is that you have a lot of people who would love to build homes who aren't able to build homes. I actually agree with Tim Walz. We should get out of this idea of housing as a commodity. But the thing that has most turned housing into a commodity is giving it away to millions upon millions of people who have no legal right to be here.
What are the federal regulations? I deal with this as a governor.
You can very quickly reply.
I'm sorry. I get this as a governor, and I don't necessarily disagree with that in some cases, many of those are local, many of them are state. I don't know which ones are federal, but I think whenever we talk regulations, people think they can get rid of them. I think you want to be able to get out of your house in a fire. I think you want to make sure that it's fireproof and those types of things. So which are the regulations? Because the vice president's not responsible for those. Congress writes those.
Governor, thank you. Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. You're passionate about the housing crisis, I can tell. But Nora?
Thank you.
Governor Walz, the Harris campaign promises a $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time homebuyers and a $10,000 tax credit. They also promised to build 3 million new homes. Where are you building these new homes, and why? And won't handing out that kind of money just drive up prices higher? And I thought that was an interesting question. Yeah. I think that is, to the degree we talk about something like, for example, student loan forgiveness and stuff like that, and more subsidies, more support from the government for student loans. I think one effective counter argument is, well, you're coming at this from the wrong side. You're having the government give more money to the citizens to pay these people. There's no pressure for them to reduce costs because they know that the government's going to backfill any shortfalls on the individuals, so that they're like, if anything, the prices could even go up at that point. So,
yeah, that's a great point.
So I thought that was an interesting question about if you're just subsidizing people buying houses, then aren't you just continuing to increase the price of housing, basically, even if you do build 3 million new homes? So,
right.
And I have heard some conservative commentators point out, and I don't know about this exactly, but they said that Kamala Harris is kind of making a weird promise regarding 3 million new homes, just because they said that the expected amount of home growth already predicted is 5 million under the next 4 years. So they're saying she's basically she's under promising what is already predicted to be the case, so that she can take credit for it, and even more if it is 5 million, which is the predicted amount of home building. So I haven't heard a Democratic response to that, but that is kind of an interesting thing. If she is basically just saying, we're going to build 3 million new homes and we're already going to build 5 million or 3 million, the 3 million is already going to be built. Maybe it's not fair for Democrats to take credit for that, if that makes sense.
I don't know. Yeah, I hadn't heard that, but that would make sense. But
yeah,
it kind of goes back to these, wishy-washy, micro-targeted programs that Democrats are always championing rather than just the broad things they should be doing.
Yeah. It does. Yeah, it does feel like, kind of a weak sauce or something, or maybe it's not even really much of anything. It's like, if I say it'll rain sometimes in the next 6 months, and then when it rains, I call myself a psychic. It's like,
yeah,
or I'm a rainmaker or whatever. But like, yeah, it could be effective perhaps with some people, low information voters or something, but it's not obviously it's to the degree that I sympathize with the Harris campaign. You do have to under-promise and over-deliver, because with the way the government is, as we talked about with the Supreme Court capture and the gridlock in the legislative branch, you really can't promise to get anything done because you have no idea what kind of leverage you're going to have. Probably not enough to get many things done outside of executive orders. So
yeah.
Okay. They mention here at some point, they mentioned the big thing about a veteran's home loan is that you don't have to pay the down payment. Okay, I never knew that, actually. I didn't know that was a feature of the veteran's home loan. And I guess you would have to pay that money back with the installments and everything. So, but I can imagine for many first-time home buyers, the idea of saving up that big lump for the down payment is probably somewhat intimidating. I don't know how Americans afford much of anything after being back in America, and the taxes, the sales taxes, the tips and everything on every time you go out to eat at a restaurant and stuff. And just like when I was back there, just how fast I was going through money, I was like, oh man, yeah, it's literally cheaper to live in America, to live in Korea than it is in America.
Sure.
If you can get the housing thing figured out. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. My friend over in Korea, Chris, his father came and visited Korea from Long Island, New York, and from all reports, I mean, his father had a great time. He loves Korea. He totally gets why his son is staying here as long as he has. He's been over here a long time, kind of like me. And his dad was just like, I think he's been gone for about probably 3 months now, but he's probably already planning his next trip. So yeah, it's again, I think the thing in America is like people talk about freedom a lot in America, but they don't really know how things are anywhere outside of America. So they really don't have anything to compare it to. And like when you live abroad and you see things like we've talked about, the gun culture in America. Okay, we need guns to overthrow an unjust government. Well, in the last 10 years, I've seen South Koreans overthrow an unjust government without guns.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so most Americans wouldn't even consider that a possibility, but it happens. It can happen. Any
Mm-hmm.
government, except unless you're like North Korea, needs some degree of popular support. So I don't know. People need to start doing some comparative studies about how things actually go down in other countries to figure out. I also have heard somebody speak to this guy. He's a God. What is he? He's written a new book recently, I think. And shit, I wish I could remember who it was. I'll try to message you this if I can think of it later, and you can include it. But he's been going on shows and he's been talking about the idea of freedom. And he's pointed out, I think, very interestingly, that the way Americans talk about freedom is we talk about not having the government take things away from you. So he's defined this as kind of he's defined a kind of a dichotomy between a negative freedom and a positive freedom.
Hmm.
And so he talks about, other countries often have a more of a philosophy of the government is going to provide you as much opportunity to do the things that you want as possible. And he says in those countries, people don't often talk about freedom. He says when Americans talk about freedom, we often sound angry. And he says when we're talking about freedom, we should not sound angry, which makes a hell of a lot of sense when you really think about it. But I think it's true, it's like we're always, that's my freedom. The government can't take away my freedom. It's like, why is that the framework from which we approach freedom so consistently? It's like,
Are you talking about Timothy Snyder?
that. I think that sounds correct. Yeah. Have you seen any of his appearances? I've seen him on several things recently. British shows.
Yeah, I've been trying to get him on the show. He's booked up right now, but
for real.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I saw one of his speeches or one of his interviews recently, and then I looked up several others, and he's kind of doing the same. It's like whenever somebody releases a new book, they make the rounds and they kind of just say the same things again and again on the different shows. Basically, they have memorized talking points, but I thought what he was saying just makes a lot of sense, and it's a way to look at things that I think we've lost in America. Again, it's just like this. Yeah, I mean, things are more, like going to a restaurant in America is more expensive. Why? Partially because we have to pay tips. Why do we have to pay tips? Because we are subsidizing these businesses so that they don't have to pay even a minimum wage to these employees, right? So when you're in America, you can't go out to eat as much as you could in another country for cheaper. And so when we talk about freedom, what are we really talking about? You can own a gun. Good for you. Okay. Now, can you afford to eat out a couple times a week? Like, I think we do need to fundamentally, like this guy's talked about, really reconceptualize what we talk about when we talk about freedom. So, anyways, yeah. All right. Sorry, Bob. I'm getting off topic here again and again.
You're fine.
Yeah. Let's see. She says, Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, as far as your campaign's position, the promise is to seize federal lands to build homes, remove regulation, provide tax breaks, cut back on immigration, which you say pushes up prices. Okay, where are you going to build all these new homes that you're promising? What part of this plan will provide immediate relief? Let's see. He says, well, first of all, Tim just said something that I agree with. We don't want to blame immigrants for higher housing prices, but we do want to blame Kamala Harris for letting in millions of illegal aliens into this country, which does drive up costs. Tim, 25 million illegal aliens competing with Americans for scarce homes is one of the most significant drivers of home prices in this country. I'm thinking, is it? Is that right? Illegal immigrants they can't buy a house, right, in their own name, and probably a lot of them couldn't afford it, right?
Yeah.
So to the degree that illegal immigrants who are coming here, like seasonal workers or something, are taking up housing, surely it's in the rental market, right? So
I was going to say, I think I have heard that occurs more in the rental market because it's like, because I heard a thing about, Springfield, Ohio, where allegedly they're eating the pets, which they're not. But, they talked about how one of the complaints from the locals is that the rental market is gone through the roof because, the Haitians can live, 5 adults deep in one house, and the landlords know that they're all working, and therefore, they can afford to charge them more, and they can afford to pay more because they're all, working age adults in the house paying for it. Whereas, somebody with, with kids and stuff, obviously the kids aren't bringing in the money. So it's like you're competing in the rental market with a group of, people that are all working age adults, in one house, as opposed to like one person trying to make it, you know what I mean? So,
yeah. Well, I mean, and that could be a problem. But again, this is not about home ownership. I don't see the argument.
It's still not about home ownership at all. So,
yeah. I mean, like the fact that we've allowed, like, whatever, BlackRock, or I don't know, what are these large, whatever they are, private equity groups that are buying huge amounts of rental of property for rental, that are, competing prices for people who actually want to buy to own a home. Well, anyways, that's another story. Okay, let's see. Again, JD Vance says Kamala Harris is not running as a newcomer to politics. If she wants to enact all these policies to make housing more affordable, I invite her to use the office that the American people already gave her, not sit around and campaign. Yeah, so it's again, Kamala Harris already has all the powers of the president as the vice president. No, she doesn't, JD Vance. Yeah, let's see. Okay. And then he finishes his answer, and then the moderator says, Senator Vance, you still have 23 seconds here. Do you want to answer? And Tim Walz says, can I have it? And they all kind of laugh. Like, this is a rare moment where in a debate, one of the candidates stops talking with time still on the clock and seems to have completed their answer. And they're like, do you want to keep talking? And the other guy's like, I'll take it. Kind of funny. Okay, so the next one, JD Vance says, what Donald Trump has said is we have a lot of federal lands that aren't being used for anything. They're not being used for national parks. They're not being used. And they could be places where we could build a lot of housing. And I do think that we should be opening up building in this country. We have a lot of land that could be used. We have a lot of Americans that need homes. We should be kicking out illegal immigrants who are competing for those homes, and we should be building more homes for the American citizens who deserve to be here. Okay, so
who's going to live on, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't most federal lands kind of like in the middle of nowhere?
This is the problem. This is the problem, that you can't just build a city wherever you want, right? Like, you can't just drop people in the middle of the desert and say, okay, here, build a city here. I mean, Las Vegas being accepted, I suppose. But again, it's just like with the Republicans, it's just a cavalcade of dishonesty and bad ideas. Like, okay, we have that land. What do we have that land for? I don't know. Grazing animals. I don't know. Something in the future, perhaps. I mean, God knows we're ravaging our fuel resources right now to control prices while the thing with Ukraine and Russia goes on. And in the meantime, we can't even rely on our supposed allies, the Saudis, to control prices over on their end, right? So we're tapping into our own resources to an unprecedented degree. So right now we're going to be tapping into our own. We're going to be drill, baby, drill, and we're going to be doing whatever we're doing with our national parks or our federal lands, an untapped resource, rightly or wrongly. Like, it's just a bad idea. You can't build a city in the middle of nowhere and put people there and have it be integrated into society and have people want to go there. There's nothing there. There's no jobs there. There's no business there. There's no industry. There's no reason to think that somebody would move there. It's an absurd idea. It's a stupid idea. And it's...
Yeah, I mean, like you alluded to, the real problem is that there's all these houses sitting there unused because they're being held for investments and they're not being lived in. So it's not as if we don't have enough homes. It's just that people aren't able to access them. It's like we don't need to build a random city in the middle of a public lands that no one wants to live in. Like, there's places right now where people actually want to live. There's homes sitting empty,
Yeah. It is again, it's the wrong solution for a misdiagnosed problem, and it's scapegoating immigrants. It's just bad on multiple levels, right? So, All right, Senator, your time is up. Governor, I do want to let you respond to the allegations that Vice President is letting in migrants. He says, well, of course, Tim Walz, well, of course, that's not true. And again, I have the facts. I guess we agreed not to fact check. I'll check it. Look, crossings are down compared to when Donald Trump left office. But again, it's blaming and not trying to find the solution. He says there's not a lot of federal lands in and around Minneapolis, for example. So the issue is, I don't understand the federal lands issue unless we see this. And I worry about this as someone who cares deeply about our national parks and our federal lands. Look, Minnesota, we protect those things. We've got about 20% of the world's fresh water. These lands protect. They're there for a reason. They belong to all of us. But again, this is when you view housing and you view these things as commodities, like there's a chance to make money here. Let's take this federal land and let's sell it to people for that. So I think this is, again, a very strong argument here. And I'm still on the fact on this Economist, Senator Vance. You said you don't like the Economist, which economists are saying is the immigrants that's adding to the cost. Okay, that was a little bit unclear. I don't know why I underlined it, but okay. J.D. Vance responds, well, there's a Federal Reserve study that we're happy to share after the debate. We'll put it up on social media. Actually, that really drills down on the connection between increased levels of migration, especially illegal immigration, and higher housing prices. Okay. He says, I actually agree with Tim Walz. We should get out of this idea of housing as a commodity. But the thing that has been most turned housing into a commodity is giving it away to millions upon millions of people who have no legal right to be here. Again, nobody's giving away housing. They're not owning these housing, as we've said. They're at best renting, and in some cases, it sounds like renting at increased prices. So, okay, hold on. My staple has come undone on my pages here.
No.
Page 37 to 50. They all fell off.
Oh no.
Bob, we're halfway through this thing and everything's falling. We're losing our we lost control of our rock and roll here.
I know. So bad.
All coming apart at the seams. Okay. I think that was all for housing. I think the next one is the ACA, unless you recalled what you were going to say there.
No, let's just plow forward.
Okay. Onwards and upwards.
Spinning never. Whatever.
Yeah. Onwards, not backwards. Upwards, not downwards, and always spinning towards the future. Let's see if you can drop that in there if we don't get sued.
Oh, yeah.
My fellow Americans, as a young boy, I dreamed of being a baseball. But tonight I say we must move forward, not backward, upward, not forward, and always twirling towards freedom. Yeah!
Okay, next topic is the ACA Healthcare, Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, as it were. Okay, see what I've got here. Again, it's just mostly a lot of, regular talking points. Okay, I really didn't have anything there. I didn't have any notes on healthcare, really. Next topic, families in America. Families in America. Let's talk about families in America.
Margaret, let's talk about families in America. There is a child care crisis in this country, and the United States is one of the very few developed countries in the world without a national paid leave program for new parents. Governor Walz, you've said that if Democrats win both the White House and Congress, this is a day one priority for you. How long should employers be required to pay workers while they are home taking care of their newborns? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's negotiable, and that's what Congress worked. But here's what the deal is. Americans sitting out there right now, you may work for a big company. Look, we're home in Minnesota to some of the largest Fortune 500 companies. Kamala Harris knows that in California. Those companies provide paid family medical leave. One is, I think they're moral and they think it's a good thing, but it also keeps their employees healthy. We in Minnesota passed a paid family medical leave. You have a child, and I had to go back to work 5 days after my kids were born. This allows you to stay home a certain amount of time. What we know is that gets the child off to a better start. The family works better. We stay in their employers. We get more consistency in that. So Kamala Harris has made it a priority. We implemented it in Minnesota, and we see growth. That's how you become a pro-business state. But the negotiations on it, and here's the issue. Those big companies are able to offer it. Those of you out there who don't have it, just imagine what happens if you get cancer or your child gets sick. We know what happens. You end up staying home. In some places, that means no paycheck because you've got no protection on that. This is the case of an economy that Donald Trump has set for the wealthiest amongst us. He's willing to give those tax breaks to the wealthiest. He's willing to say, bust those unions up, do whatever. What we're saying is the economy works best when it works for all of us. And so a paid family medical leave program, and I will tell you, go to the families or go to the businesses and ask them. As far as childcare on this, you have to take it at both the supply and the demand side. You can't expect the most important people in our lives to take either our children or our parents to get paid the least amount of money. And we have to make it easier for folks to be able to get into that business and then to make sure that folks are able to pay for that. We were able to do it in Minnesota, and I'm still telling you this. We were listed as the best state. We're still in crisis on this. A federal program of paid family medical leave and help with this will enhance our workforce, enhance our families, and make it easier to have the children that you want.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, do you support a national paid leave program? And if so, for how long should employers be mandated to pay their employees while they are home taking care of their newborn? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, first of all, Margaret, a number of my Republican colleagues and some Democrats, too, have worked on this issue. And I think there is a bipartisan solution here because a lot of us care about this issue. I mean, look, I speak from this very personally because I'm married to a beautiful woman who is an incredible mother to our 3 beautiful kids, but is also a very, very brilliant corporate litigator. And I'm so proud of her. But being a working mom, even for somebody with all of the advantages of my wife, is extraordinarily difficult. And it's not just difficult from a policy perspective. She actually had access to paid family leave because she worked for a bigger company. But the cultural pressure on young families and especially young women, I think makes it really hard for people to choose the family model they want. A lot of young women would like to go back to work immediately. Some would like to spend a little time home with the kids. Some would like to spend longer at home with the kids. We should have a family care model that makes choice possible. And I think this is a very important substantive difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's approach. I mean, look, if you look at the federal programs that we have that support paid family leave right now, the Community Development Block Grant, and there's another block grant program that spends a lot of money from the federal government. These programs only go to one kind of child care model. Let's say you'd like your church maybe to help you out with child care. Maybe you live in a rural area or an urban area and you'd like to get together with families in your neighborhood to provide child care in the way that makes the most sense. You don't get access to any of these federal monies. We want to promote choice in how we deliver family care and how we promote child care because, look, It is unacceptable. And, of course, Tim and I have been on the campaign trail a lot the past 7 or 8 weeks. And one of the biggest complaints I hear from young families is people who feel like they don't have options, like they're choosing between going to work or taking care for their kids. That is an incredible burden to put on American families. We're the only country that does it. I think we could do a heck of a lot better.
Senator, thank you. You have also said, Senator Vance, many things about the American family. The Federal Reserve says parents will spend nearly as much on child care as they do on housing each month. So I want to get your thoughts on this. President Trump recently said, as much as child care is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kinds of numbers we'll be taking in. Is President Trump committed to the $5,000 per child tax credit that you have described? You have 1 minute.
Well, what President Trump said, Margaret, I just want to defend my running mate here a little bit, is that we're going to be taking in a lot of money by penalizing companies for shipping jobs overseas and penalizing countries who employ slave laborers and then ship their products back into our country and undercut the wages of American workers. It's the heart of the Donald Trump economic plan. Cut taxes for American workers and American families. Cut taxes for businesses that are hiring and building companies in the United States of America, but penalize companies and countries that are shipping jobs overseas. That's the heart of the economic proposal. And I think what President Trump is saying is that when we bring in this additional revenue with higher economic growth, we're going to be able to provide paid family leave, child care options that are viable and workable for a lot of American families.
Can you clarify how that will solve the child care shortage?
Well, because as Tim said, a lot of the child care shortage is we just don't have enough resources going into the multiple people who could be providing family care options. And we're going to have to, unfortunately, we're going to have to spend more money. We're going to have to induce more people to want to provide child care options for American families, because the reason it's so expensive right now is because you've got way too few people providing this very essential service.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, your ticket also has some child care tax credit proposals. Do you think Congress will agree to the $6,000 credit for newborns and $3,000 credit for children over the age of 6, as your campaign has promised? Is that realistic?
Well, if these members of Congress are listening to anybody, I can tell you, and this is the biggest issue. Everybody listening tonight knows. I mean, I'm sure they were shocked to hear it's not that expensive. And let's be clear, whether it's $5,000 or $6,000, that pays you about 3 or 4 months. Let's be clear of where we're at on this. It's because we got out of an imbalance on this. We thought we were going to get by not paying people. I don't think Senator Vance and I are that far apart. I'm not opposed to what he's talking about on options. We've done scholarships types of things. I think we need to be open to making the case. But the issue here is, the question you asked is, you're not going to pay for it with these tariffs. That's just adding another $4,000 on the family and taking less. So not only do they not get the money to pay for that, they're $4,000 in the hole. That's Wharton School. That's his alma mater. And so I think the issue here is, if those members of Congress, I can't believe they're not. When I go to businesses, sure, they'll talk about taxes sometime, but they will lead with childcare and they will lead with housing, because we know the problem is, especially in a state like Minnesota, we need more workers because our economy is growing, but we need the workforce.
Governor, thank you. We need to move on. Nora?
I think J.D. Vance at one point says, but being a working mom, even for somebody with all the advantages of my wife, is extraordinarily difficult. And it's not just difficult from a policy perspective. She actually has access to paid family leave because she worked for a bigger company. But the cultural pressure on young families, and especially young women, I think makes it really hard for people to choose the family model they want. A lot of young women would like to go back to work immediately. Some would like to spend a little time with their kids. Some would like to spend longer time at home with their kids. I'm like, a lot of young women, after giving birth, would like to go back to work immediately. Who are these women? I don't know. Again, I mean, this kind of gives me George W. Bush when he was confronted by a worker who said they worked 3 jobs or something, and he was just like, "Oh, isn't that incredible? Just only in America can you even meet like that," or something. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, he had that moment. It's like you're describing a horrible reality in America and describing it as a choice. Like, this is what people want to be doing.
Exactly.
Some young women want to go back to work right away after having a baby. No, they do because they have to.
Yeah.
Nobody.
They couldn't wait to get away from their newborn child. This.
My God, all that screaming and crying. I understand, but damn. So let's see. Then he says, like, for some other things here, you look at the federal programs that we have that support paid family leave right now, the community development block grant, and then there's another block grant, programs that spend lots of money from the federal government. These programs only go to one kind of child care model. Let's say you'd like your church maybe to help you out with child care. Maybe you live in a rural area or an urban area, and you'd like to get together with families of your neighborhood to provide child care in a way that makes the most sense. I'm like, miss me with that stuff.
Yeah.
You start saying, you know, you get a place like Mitchell, Indiana, the only kind of child care they're going to have is churches in that place. And I'm like, no, that's not, we don't need to do that. Let's, you know, I know the Republicans want to erode the separation of church and state at every opportunity. Miss me with that. We want to promote choice in how we deliver family care and how we promote child care, because look, it is unacceptable. Okay, so again, we're going to provide choice for child care by, you know, taking federal money and giving it to the churches to take over this thing. No, not interested. Okay. Then they talk about the JD Vance continues in another area here. It's that we're going to be taking a lot of money by penalizing companies for shipping jobs overseas and penalizing countries who employ slave laborers and then ship their products back to our country and undercut the wages of American workers. And I'm just thinking, like, I want to ask him, like, what kind of phone is in your pocket right now? Because chances are it's an American company, American, quote unquote, American made phone made by Chinese slave labor, probably, right?
Probably.
Or South Korean phone made by Chinese slave labor. So don't, like, okay, you know, don't act like we're all not implicated perhaps in this. Next topic is democracy.
Let's talk about the state of democracy, the top issue for Americans after the economy and inflation. After the 2020 election, President Trump's campaign and others filed 62 lawsuits contesting the results. Judges, including those appointed by President Trump and other Republican presidents, looked at the evidence and said there was no widespread fraud. The governors of every state in the nation, Republicans and Democrats, certified the 2020 election results and sent a legal slate of electors to Congress for January 6th. Senator Vance, you have said you would not have certified the last presidential election and would have asked the states to submit alternative electors. That has been called unconstitutional and illegal. Would you again seek to challenge this year's election results, even if every governor certifies the results? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, Nora, first of all, I think that we're focused on the future. We need to figure out how to solve the inflation crisis caused by Kamala Harris's policies, make housing affordable, make groceries affordable, and that's what we're focused on. But I want to answer your question because you did ask it. Look, what President Trump has said is that there were problems in 2020, and my own belief is that we should fight about those issues, debate those issues peacefully in the public square, and that's all I've said, and that's all that Donald Trump has said. Remember, he said that on January the 6th, the protesters ought to protest peacefully. And on January the 20th, what happened? Joe Biden became the president, Donald Trump left the White House, and now, of course, unfortunately, we have all of the negative policies that have come from the Harris-Biden administration. I believe that we actually do have a threat to democracy in this country, but unfortunately, it's not the threat to democracy that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want to talk about. It is the threat of censorship. It's Americans casting aside lifelong friendships because of disagreements over politics. It's big technology companies silencing their fellow citizens. And it's Kamala Harris saying that rather than debate and persuade her fellow Americans, she'd like to censor people who engage in misinformation. I think that is a much bigger threat to democracy than anything that we've seen in this country in the last 4 years, in the last 40 years. Now, I'm really proud, especially given that I was raised by two lifelong blue-collar Democrats, to have the endorsement of Bobby Kennedy Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard, lifelong leaders in the Democratic coalition. And of course, they don't agree with me and Donald Trump on every issue. We don't have to agree on every issue, but we're united behind a basic American First Amendment principle that we ought to debate our differences. We ought to argue about them. We ought to try to persuade our fellow Americans. Kamala Harris is engaged in censorship at an industrial scale. She did it during COVID. She's done it over a number of other issues. And that, to me, is a much bigger threat to democracy than what Donald Trump said when he said that protesters should peacefully protest on January the 6th.
Governor?
Well, I've enjoyed tonight's debate, and I think there was a lot of commonality here. And I'm sympathetic to misspeaking on things, and I think I might have with the senator.
Me too, man.
There's one though that this one is troubling to me, and I say that because I think we need to tell the story. Donald Trump refused to acknowledge this, and the fact is that I don't think we can be the frog in the pot and let the boiling water go up. He was very clear. I mean, he lost this election, and he said he didn't. 140 police officers were beaten at the Capitol that day. Some with the American flag, several later died. And it wasn't just in there. In Minnesota, a group gathered on the state capitol grounds in St. Paul and said, we're marching to the governor's residence and there may be casualties. The only person there was my son and his dog, who was rushed out crying by state police. That issue and Mike Pence standing there as they were chanting, hang Mike Pence. Mike Pence made the right decision. So, Senator, it was adjudicated over and over and over. I worked with kids long enough to know, and I said as a football coach, sometimes you really want to win, but the democracy is bigger than winning an election. You shake hands, and then you try and do everything you can to help the other side win. That's what was at stake here. Now, the thing I'm most concerned about is the idea that imprisoning your political opponents, already laying the groundwork for people not accepting this. And a president's words matter. A president's words matter. People hear that. So I think this issue of settling our differences at the ballot box, shaking hands when we lose, being honest about it, but to deny what happened on January 6th, the first time in American history that a president or anyone tried to overturn a fair election and the peaceful transfer of power. And here we are 4 years later in the same boat. I will tell you this, that when this is over, we need to shake hands this election, and the winner needs to be the winner. This has got to stop. It's tearing our country apart.
Margaret?
Senator Vance, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, well, look, Tim, first of all, it's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power on January the 20th, as we have done for 250 years in this country. We are going to shake hands after this debate and after this election. And of course, I hope that we win, and I think we're going to win. But if Tim Walz is the next vice president, he'll have my prayers, he'll have my best wishes, and he'll have my help whenever he wants it. But we have to remember that for years in this country, Democrats protested the results of elections. Hillary Clinton in 2016 said that Donald Trump had the election stolen by Vladimir Putin because the Russians bought like $500,000 worth of Facebook ads. This has been going on for a long time. And if we want to say that we need to respect the results of the election, I'm on board. But if we want to say, as Tim Walz is saying, that this is just a problem that Republicans have had, I don't buy that.
Governor.
January 6th was not Facebook ads. And I think a revisionist history on this. Look, I don't understand how we got to this point. But the issue was that happened. Donald Trump can do it. And all of us say there's no place for this. It has massive repercussions. This idea that there's censorship to stop people from threatening to kill someone, threatening to do something, that's not censorship. Censorship is book banning. We've seen that. We've seen that brought up. I just think for everyone tonight, and I'm going to thank Senator Vance. I think this is the conversation they want to hear. And I think there's a lot of agreement, but this is one that we are miles apart on. This was a threat to our democracy in a way that we had not seen. And it manifested itself because of Donald Trump's inability to say. He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation?
That is a damning non-answer.
It's a damning non-answer for you to not talk about censorship. Obviously, Donald Trump and I think that there were problems in 2020. We've talked about it. I'm happy to talk about it further. But you guys attack us for not believing in democracy. The most sacred right under the United States democracy is the First Amendment. You yourself have said there's no First Amendment right to misinformation. Kamala Harris wants to use the power of government and big tech to silence people from speaking their minds. That is a threat to democracy that will long outlive this present political moment. I would like Democrats and Republicans to both reject censorship. Let's persuade one another. Let's argue about ideas, and then let's come together afterwards.
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's the test. That's the Supreme Court test.
Tim, fire in a crowded theater. You guys wanted to kick people off of Facebook for saying that toddlers shouldn't wear masks.
Senator, the governor does have the floor.
Fire in a crowded theater. That is criticizing the policies of the government, which is the right of every American.
Senator, the governor does have the floor for 1 minute to respond to you.
Yeah. Well, I don't run Facebook. What I do know is I see a candidate out there who refused, and now again, and this, I'm pretty shocked by this. He lost the election. This is not a debate. It's not anything anywhere other than in Donald Trump's world. Because look, when Mike Pence made that decision to certify that election, that's why Mike Pence isn't on this stage. What I'm concerned about is, where is the firewall with Donald Trump? Where is the firewall if he knows he could do anything, including taking an election, and his vice president's not going to stand to it? That's what we're asking you, America. Will you stand up? Will you keep your oath of office, even if the president doesn't? And I think Kamala Harris would agree. She wouldn't have picked me if she didn't think I would do that, because of course that's what we would do. So, America, I think you've got a really clear choice on this election of who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to honor Donald Trump.
Governor, your time is up. Thank you, gentlemen.
Let's see. I think J.D. Vance says, I believe we actually do have a threat to democracy in this country, but unfortunately, it's not the threat to democracy that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want to talk about. It is the threat of censorship. It's Americans casting aside lifelong friendships because of disagreements over politics. It's big technology companies silencing their fellow citizens. And it's Kamala Harris saying that rather than debate and persuade her fellow Americans, she'd like to censor people who engage in misinformation. I think that is a much bigger threat to democracy than anything that we've seen in this country in the last 4 years, in the last 40 years. Now, I'm really proud, especially given that I was raised by two lifelong blue-collar Democrats, to have the endorsement of Bobby Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard, lifelong leaders in the Democratic coalition. And I wrote bullshit, Bobby Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard. And now, just a day or two ago, before we're recording this, Tulsi Gabbard has fully renounced the Democratic Party and thrown her lot in with the Republicans explicitly. So again, it's just more obvious bullshit from the Republican about something that anybody who's paying attention knows is bullshit. But they're banking on the average voter not recognizing the bullshit. So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, claiming people who used to be Democrats, may have been confused as Democrats in the past, come from a family with a history of Democratic politics, and like, oh, these are Democrat, or Tim Pool's a Democratic commentator. No, he's not. He hasn't been for some time. Oh, these are classical liberals, like all this stuff. They're all variations of Republican, basically.
Yeah. Did you see Tim Pool, he wants to, take a leave of absence to find a family or something?
All the stress has come to a head. We finally make the decision. Maybe we should just take care of ourselves and stop pushing as hard as we can to the point where our heads are going to explode and our eyes pop out of our heads. And that's what happens yesterday when we're at a point where I don't want to put my family at risk. And there's limited things I'm willing to say because of the psychopaths who threaten us every single day and the very serious threats that we do receive almost every single day. But as I mentioned, we've talked about it. We worked through as much as we can. And I think largely due to the response from our loyal fans, members, viewers, and and some friends and family, we'll make it work to the best of our abilities. So with that being said, it's kind of the weirdest way to announce that I'm pursuing, my family life to the best of my abilities. And I will stress too, one of the most frustrating things about, comments, for instance, I know not to read the comments. I know that half of them are just stupid and half of them are great, but it really does sting when for the past several years, there are people saying, haha, Tim, you don't have any children. Why aren't you married? And the reality is because I'm sacrificing to try and make this work and produce something that I think is valuable to people. And it comes to a point where I said, why should I, when I should just do what any good man would do and have my family? Well, we'll try to do it all. So that is the big announcement, and we will do what we can to make this show continue functioning and working. It may mean that we won't have guests on Friday, but Fridays will be crew shows where members, Timcast crew members and other people will join the show as our guest. Maybe some people will join as guests who are locals and live nearby, but there will be some reduction. But the show will continue. With that being said, the reason I decided to make the announcement, knowing that there will be security ramifications, is because I feel like I owe it to all of you who watch the show, the millions who have supported all of the content that I've produced and allowed me to live this life. It's not fair just to abruptly shut it down, disappear, and then go and live my own life. I think there's a way we can try and make it work.
I saw something earlier today. He was having a freak out on his show. I guess he's pissed at his employees who are also his friends or something because they're lazy now or something. Like he said there was like a computer broke in the office, and so they couldn't use one of their recording studios, and nobody knew how to fix the computer, and what is he paying everybody for, and yada yada yada. I don't know. I mean, he wants to start a family. Like, all I've ever heard is Tim Pool can't get a date, which okay, yeah, life sucks for all of us sometimes, but I don't know. I'd like to think if I were a person with a multi-million people following and a multi-million-dollar contracts and stuff, and an ideological thought leader and to some degree cult leader and conspiracy theorist on one side, surely I would be able to find somebody in that there to have a relationship with. But it seems like it's a real problem for Tim Pool for quite a while.
Seriously.
No, I didn't know he was looking for a family. I mean, I don't know if I don't know. I'd like to think maybe his dad talked some sense into him. Maybe he's starting to emotionally process the fact that he's basically been used by the Russians and he's lost massive amounts of credibility because of it. And he wants to, sober up for a minute and figure out what he's done. I don't know. I can't hardly speculate, but yeah. But again, this idea that censorship is a bigger threat than misinformation. I mean, censorship, again, there's this big misunderstanding. The First Amendment refers to the government. It doesn't refer to private corporations. It doesn't refer to people being mean to you when you say some shit that's offensive. It's like, again, this Republican idea of the maximalist version of freedom of speech.
Mm-hmm.
It's a wrong idea. And again, the continued minimalization by Republicans of the dangers of misinformation, which is really what's kind of gotten us to this point in the last 2 decades, 3 decades. I mean, I feel like since the George W. Bush administration, lies and misinformation have got us into wars, got us into economic situations with the ownership society Bush proposed that led, we had the financial crash, the funny hijinks that was going on Wall Street that bankrupted us at one point, more or less, and misinformation, obfuscation, a lack of knowledge about what's actually happening in this country, even going way beyond just the constant nonstop lies of Donald Trump. I feel like right-wing misinformation is what is tanking this country in the 21st century, basically. So I disagree with J.D. Vance's idea that censorship is a bigger threat in America in 2024 than misinformation.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that, but his Rabbit fan base disagrees, so.
Yeah. Again, like one frustration I have is that I think that people need to be able to re-examine basic principles. Okay, we say freedom of speech is good. Why? Well, it's a cornerstone of the American experiment. Da 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 da. Okay. Okay, Bob, I want you to. Could you put a sound drop in here, perhaps?
Or what?
There's a scene at the beginning of Starship Troopers where Johnny Rico is in class, and his teacher, his Professor Radchik, I think is his name, is giving a speech. And he says, "Johnny Rico, what, if any, is the difference between democracy, between a citizen and a patriot or whatever, somebody who served in the military?" He's like, "Well, sir, the citizen takes his responsibilities to the country seriously, and the other does not." Like, well, that's the exact definition from the textbook, but do you believe it? Do you understand it? Do you believe it? Like, well, I don't know. He's like, well, of course you don't know, and da 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 da.
Rico. Pay attention.
Sorry, Mr. Ratchak.
Let's sum up. This year we explored the failure of democracy, while the social scientists brought our world to the brink of chaos. We talked about the veterans, how they took control and imposed the stability that has lasted for generations since. You know these facts, but have I taught you anything of value this year? Why are only citizens allowed to vote?
It's a reward. What the Federation gives you for doing federal service.
No. Something given has no value. Look, when you vote, you are exercising political authority. You're using force. And force, my friends, is violence. The supreme authority from which all other authority is derived.
My mother always said violence never solves anything.
Really? I wonder what the city fathers of Hiroshima would say about that. You.
They probably wouldn't say anything. Hiroshima was destroyed.
Correct. Naked force has resolved more issues throughout history than any other factor. The contrary opinion, that violence never solves anything, is wishful thinking at its worst. People who forget that always pay. Rico, what's the moral difference, if any, between a civilian and a citizen?
A citizen accepts personal responsibility for the safety of the body politic, defending it with his life. A civilian does not.
The exact words of the text. But do you understand it? Do you believe it?
I don't know.
Of course you don't. I doubt anyone here would recognize civic virtue if it reached up and bit you in the ass.
And sometimes I feel like that with, like, when people say, oh, free speech is good. I'm like, why? Do you know why? Have you thought about it? Have you thought what the alternative is? Have you thought about the downsides of freedom of speech? Like, I want people to be able to re-examine these basic assumptions that they, mindlessly parrot, basically, and just really think about, why is that important? What is it? What's the alternative? I'm kind of rambling here, but if you can get that sound drop in here, that'd be great, I think. So
Yeah, I'll try to do that.
yeah, it's not about, it's not about democracy necessarily, or service guaranteeing citizenship. Do you want to know more? All this. I'm just saying, it's like just this. I thought that was a very smart scene, because the teacher, the professor is begging his high school student, who's kind of mindless and he's flirting with another girl. He's flirting with what's her name, Charlie Sheen's ex-wife.
Yeah.
In the classroom while we should be studying, but he answers the question, quote unquote, correctly, but he doesn't really understand what he's saying, right? And the teacher's trying, as much as the teacher is a proponent of fascism in the society and everything, and he's anti-democracy and stuff, he's at least to some degree trying to get some critical thought out of the student in this moment.
Yeah.
And so, again, I'm a lifelong lover of Starship Troopers, but that was an early and brilliant beginning.
Exactly.
So, Bob, do you remember back in college, we set up one of the earliest on Facebook Starship Troopers fan groups?
Yes.
We're really dating ourselves by admitting this. In college, we had the first Starship Troopers I think it's called Rico, You Kill Bugs Good, right?
Yep.
I think that's it. I set this up, and it's just kind of a group back when groups on Facebook were actually a thing. Like,
oh yeah.
And so we set this group up probably like 2005, 2006 or something, right? At least by 2006. And after a few months, we got a request for a member to join the group, and it was Casper Van Dien.
Yeah.
Johnny Rico himself.
I know.
And I approved him, and I sent him a message, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm a huge fan of that movie. We loved your performance. You did a great job. I can't believe you found our little Facebook group dedicated to your movie. Welcome, of course, and glad to meet you and everything. And no response, of course. We were young, we were naive. We thought, okay, this is a celebrity. A celebrity's on Facebook now, and and we can interact. This is the promise of of social media, right? That it's the great democratizer of discourse. That a nobody somewhere in a college in Indiana can communicate with a Hollywood star, right? Well, he didn't do that. He didn't respond to the message. And over the months that followed, he would be posting just all this kind of random crap about like, hey, I'm going to Comic-Con next month in San Francisco. We hope we'll see you there. And I've got a new movie coming out. It's total crap, and it has nothing to do with Starship Troopers. I think I sent a message to you or CFB, Corey fucking Barrett, back in the day. It's like, dude, is Casper Van Dien just spamming the hell out of our group with bullshit? Yes, he is. And of course, since then, I think Casper Van Dien's his career has probably not gone the way he hoped it would. And I think to the degree that he is still known, I think he has really, 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 really doubled and tripled down on the Johnny Rico character. And he's still going to these, fan meetups, and he's still wearing the armor and the uniform and everything, and saying hoorah and all this stuff. So I think he's realized that like all these other movies don't really matter. This was my meal ticket. This movie was my meal ticket. So it's just a little bit disappointing that, hey, we were like your number one fan, it's me, your number one fan. You ignored him. He must not have got my letter. Something, it's like he ignored us at that moment. So, anyways, sorry, it's an anecdote, but yeah, freedom of speech, etc., the internet, social media, and Starship Troopers, which has a lot of lessons. I think everybody should go and watch Starship Troopers. It's a smart movie made to seem like a dumb movie.
Mm-hmm. Very true.
Let's see. JD Vance continues here. He says Kamala Harris is engaged in censorship at an industrial scale. She did it during COVID. She's done it over a number of other issues. And that, to me, is a much bigger threat to democracy than what Donald Trump said when he said that protesters should peacefully protest on January 6th. Okay. More complete Republican bullshit. Let's see. Hillary Clinton, he says later, Hillary Clinton in 2016 said that Donald Trump had the election stolen by Vladimir Putin because the Russians bought like $500,000 worth of Facebook ads.
I think that's minimizing what happened a little bit, but
that's the exact word I wrote down on the page, Bob, is minimizing. Yeah. And I think I saw somebody on British TV recently in an interview basically say that what did they say? Oh God. They said that they thought that, as minimal as the investment from Russia may have been, they thought that in 2016 the Russian misinformation amplifying domestic grievances in America could have been determinative. And they also said that they thought the UK Brexit vote was also possibly determinatively influenced by Russian misinformation. So
definitely,
I think the Brits have not availed themselves in glory here by the way that they have responded to this, because it seems like the majority of the UK now acknowledges that Brexit was a terrible idea. And the smart thing would be to say, okay, we need to go back hat in hand back to the EU and try to get back in. They're like, no, we voted on it, and we gotta see it through. That's our responsibility. It's like most people don't want to do it anymore. Most people seem to recognize it was a mistake. It's a bad idea. It's been an economic disaster, as far as I could tell. Yeah, it's weakened you. Have another vote. Redo it. Take another bite at the apple, right? But the UK, I don't know. They seem like they're like a kind of a zombie country in regards to this. Maybe I suspect that the Russians were really behind the Brexit issue too.
Yeah.
So
I have a feeling that's probably true.
yeah. So yeah. So he's saying, oh, all they did was the Russians may have spent $500,000, $500,000 worth on Facebook ads, and yeah, they did, and that may have been all it took. Like, I'm sorry, it's like it doesn't seem like a lot, but sometimes a scalpel will do what a broadsword won't. It's like, okay. Tim Wall says, January 6th was not Facebook ads, and I think a revisionist history on this. Okay, that doesn't really make sense. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it was. Yeah, January 6th was not Facebook ads. So yeah, again, pretty minimizing. JD Vance says, Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation? And Tim Wall says that is a damning non-answer. Because he had asked. Okay, sorry. Let me start that again. Tim Walls concludes this statement by saying, asking JD Vance, it manifested itself because of Donald Trump's inability to say, he is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election? JD Vance says, Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation? And Tim Walls responds, that is damning. That is a damning non-answer. And JD Vance says, it's a damning non-answer for you to not talk about censorship. Obviously, Donald Trump and I think that there were problems in 2020. We've talked about it. Yeah, you guys think the problem is that we didn't let you steal it. And he says, the most sacred right under the United States democracy is the First Amendment. You yourself have said there's no First Amendment right to misinformation. So he's basically arguing that he should be allowed to do misinformation. And Tim Walls starts talking, you can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's the test. That's the Supreme Court test. JD Vance says, Tim, fire in a crowded theater. You guys wanted to kick people off of Facebook for saying that toddlers should not wear masks. They intervene and say, Senator JD Vance, the governor does have the floor. Yeah. We're saying that to Tim Walls. Tim Walls was interrupting JD Vance, sir. Says that's not fire in a crowded theater. That is criticizing the policies of the government, which is the right of every American. Tim Walls says, please, yeah. Well, I don't run Facebook. What I do know is I see a candidate out there. Okay, back to the Trump thing. Anyways, a lot of back and forth about freedom of speech, freedom to, spread misinformation, I suppose. And we're heading on to the end here, finally. Okay, so I think that's the last issue, and then we come to the closing statements. Yeah. Nora O'Donnell says, welcome back to the CBS News Vice President debate. It's now time for the closing statement. Senator Vance won the virtual coin toss. How do I know it wasn't rigged? Who's controlling the virtual coin toss, huh?
Yeah, right.
Okay. Vance won the virtual coin toss and elected to go last. So, Senator Walsh, you're first. You have 2 minutes, okay? Senator Walsh gives his closing speech. Yeah. Governor Walsh, thank you. Senator Vance, your closing statement. JD Vance gives his closing statement. That's it. That's what I've got. I didn't have any notes. No notes.
No notes.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah.
Well, how are you feeling going into these last few days before the election? I mean, you want to make any bold predictions?
I don't know. I mean, that's what I see. The polls look about 50-50. I've seen some information that Trump's polling has collapsed in the past couple of days. I've seen other information that Kamala has steadily been losing momentum since her announcement, basically, and that it's degraded to about a 50-50 shot. I watched Kamala's debate, or not a debate, kind of like a debate, her interview on Fox News with, was it Brett Baer, I believe?
Yeah, I didn't see that one. I saw her with Charlemagne the God, and then
That would have been a more interesting. I'd actually like to have seen that before, actually. I mean, the Brett Baer thing was just, it was ridiculous. It can't even hardly be called an interview. He would ask her a question, and immediately, as soon as she started answering, he'd be, he'd talk over her. She couldn't hardly get a word out. He was clearly trying to discombobulate and confuse her. And the thing is, again, I think she came out looking reasonably good in that interview, actually, and he made himself look bad. So I don't think that necessarily hurt her as much as Fox News no doubt hoped it would. But at the same time, like, right wingers in America are not properly equipped to actually damage Kamala Harris, I don't think. If he had asked real questions about some things from a left wing perspective, he might have actually been able to sow the seeds of discord on the left, actually, but he's not equipped to do that. So, yeah, how was the Charlemagne the God interview? How did that go down?
Pretty good. I mean, I felt like he was a little less confrontational with her than I've seen him be in the past, and I think he got some criticisms for that. But overall, I think she acquitted herself well. But I don't know. She definitely didn't claim to be smoking weed in college, listening to a Snoop Dogg CD that didn't exist yet. So I think she may have realized that was not the best way to go. But
I don't know. She used to be Indian, then she's black. At some point, she decided she was black. I don't know. It can be whatever she wants to be. I don't care. Oh boy, what a weird moment in our politics as a nation we've descended to with this man. But yeah. So yeah, I do think it's hers to lose, is what I would say. And I think if she does lose, I think, frankly, it has a lot to do with the Israel-Palestine issue, which she has refused to address, and nobody has been able to force her to address it or even had the interest in making her address it. God knows the mainstream media is not even interested in making her actually address it in a serious way. I think
that's going to be a huge factor in Michigan. I mean, you had 100,000 people mark uncommitted for Biden over that very issue. You've got the largest Muslim majority city in America in Michigan. I don't know. I think they should be very concerned about that. But like you said, they haven't done anything to address these concerns. So
yeah, they're whistling past the graveyard on this issue. Mark my words. They may squeak it out this time. Trump is a notoriously bad candidate in many ways. We've already been through his rigmarole and everything last time. But I'm going to say this. I think a misidentified reason that Joe Biden collapsed within the last year. You can say, the economy, you can say this and that. But I think one thing that the mainstream media has not properly diagnosed, the degree to which dissatisfaction and chaos across America regarding our unquestioned support of Israel and this ethnic cleansing that's taking place over there has damaged the goodwill towards the Democratic Party right now. And yes, the precipitating incident was the horrible debate against Donald Trump by Joe Biden, which we thoroughly, we analyzed here. But I think the underlying issue was a weakness and an inability to bring a what is supposed to be an American client state basically to heal on this issue. We have the tail wagging the dog here, and they're dominating our political discussions about this issue, and on both sides of the aisle, frankly. And when Kamala came in, we thought, this is good. Okay, Joe Biden is a uniquely Zionist Democratic candidate, and he's not in a position to handle this issue. Kamala's a black woman. Maybe she'll do better. Probably she'll do better. When she chose Tim Walz instead of the guy from Pennsylvania there, we also thought, okay, maybe this is a good sign. But she has steadily refused to address this issue. She has not provided any solution. Every time she gets asked a question, oh, well, we will continue to support Israel's right to defend itself, and da 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 da. Every single time, that's what she says. I think she's misunderstood. I think the Democratic Party have misunderstood this issue, that this was not the thing that hurt Joe Biden and incapacitated him in this area. And I think we'll see what happens. I think when the history books are finally written about this election and this period, I think they're going to find that was actually a much more influential issue about Biden and about the damage to Democratic capabilities in this election than is currently understood by many.
Yeah.
That's my, right or wrong, that's my prediction right now. I think, and whether that's right or wrong on how popular it is, I think morally it's correct. I think the history books are not going to be, as critical as we are of the, Republican and support of right-wing coups and death squads and in Central and South America and then 70s and 80s and so forth, the Sandinistas or what have you, all that stuff going on. I think what's happening with Israel and Palestine right now will be reviewed similarly in history. And what's worse is we don't really have we don't have, for example, we don't so much have a Nixon or a Reagan or a George Bush Sr., the CIA head at the time, to blame for this. We have a longtime Democratic mainstay responsible for this loss of control in this area. And did you see the video the other day? A Palestinian man in a medical tent on an IV burning alive.
Mm-mm.
Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting.
Well, it would be quite remarkable for the Democrats to lose to the guy who wanted to do the Muslim ban. So
yeah,
on this issue, it's like, wow, if anybody could snatch victory for defeat from the jaws of victory, it's the Democrats, I suppose. But
well, I think not to be naive about this or Pollyannish, Donald Trump is I think, as much as we've talked about before, as much as Donald Trump claims he didn't start any new wars, his pushing of the Abraham Accords and his movement of the Israeli embassy to Jerusalem, I think, were probably direct recipients of this attack on October 7th a year ago. And as you know, he's got a Jewish son-in-law. His daughter's converted. They've made public statements about wanting to, get in on investing on the beachfront real estate of Gaza after this place is fully ethnically cleansed. Now, that may make Donald Trump a uniquely bad president and he said he wants the Israelis to finish the job, whatever that means, which does not sound well. It does not bode well. On the other hand, once Donald Trump takes control of this situation, the Democrats may find religion on this issue and realize that we want to protest this monster, and we're going to protest on this issue. This stuff has got to stop all of a sudden. It'd be very hypocritical, I think, of many Democrats who have allowed it under Biden to start protesting it under Trump, but I would allow it if that's what it took. If it was continuing to lead to disunity within America, at some point Donald Trump may actually tell Bibi it has to stop, finish it up. Donald Trump says he needs to finish it up, he needs to get it over with and stuff. That may be a more direct thing. Like, I think Benjamin Netanyahu may find that he had no better ally than Joe Biden. And even though, the absurdity of bringing back a man with anti-Semitic supporters, widespread anti-Semitic support, white supremacist support, the Jews will not replace us, the whole Charlottesville thing. Like, the idea that this man is going to be better for Jews. He may be better for Israelis. He may not. He certainly is not better for Jews writ large. We'll see what happens. But at the end of the day, Donald Trump doesn't want to be known as a man who was involved in starting more wars. He's made that his thing. I was the first president who didn't start any new wars. Does Donald Trump want to go to war with Iran on behalf of Israel? I don't think so. Maybe he does. Maybe he would. I think he personally puts some amount of value on the idea that he doesn't start wars. He doesn't get America wrapped up in any wars. He's seen how bad that went, even trying to draw down the Afghan thing. So from that perspective, ideologically, I don't think he gives a shit. From a racial perspective, he's obviously racist against Muslims. He's mildly racist against Jews, but he has Jews in his family, so, whatever, however that comes down. My point is, I think that there could be some perverse incentives in a Trump presidency that might actually bring this thing to a close quicker. Now, it may be accelerationist, and it may lead to a much bloodier and more horrible situation in the short term before that happens. But I do think there are arguments to be made that you almost could not have had a worse American management of this situation than we've had under Joe Biden. So, that may be naive, that may be foolish. It may be that Donald Trump just gives them even more weapons and starts bombing Gaza himself. We'll see what happens, but not just Gaza, but Iran and Lebanon, etc. as well. But I don't know. We'll see what happens. In 2 weeks, maybe we'll know which way it's going to go, Harris or Trump. Mm-hmm. But right now we're having to rely on the idea that Kamala Harris is going to do some things that she won't publicly say that she's going to do to rein in the Israelis. And we're having to speculate that Trump won't be as bad as he's indicated that he probably will be. And again, he's going to have people like Kushner in his ear. And that's a family member. You can't fire family very easily.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Any thoughts on all that stuff yourself?
Yeah, I mean, I think you made some good points there. Yeah, you think even if they are able to eke this out this time, it's not an issue they'll be able to plug their ears about forever. And it doesn't bode well for the future, It would be interesting, though, to see if Trump loses again. Do you think he's still at the front of the Republican Party, or are they going to finally be like, we got to move on? Like, what would you see happening in that scenario?
I think to some degree, some people have already written the eulogy for the Republican Party, rightly or wrong. But I think that a Trump loss could really finally be the final nail in the coffin of the Republican Party as it is, because Trump will at that point, he can't run again 4 years later. He shouldn't be running right now. He's too old already. He's losing his marbles. There's indications that he may be shitting himself in public and stuff. It's disgraceful. It's disgusting. The idea that he's going to come back 4 years later and try again is ridiculous. At the same time, I think there's a large contingent of Republican voters who have been activated by Donald Trump who are not going to be activated by anybody. So any other, anybody else who tries to take the reins back and, make themselves the new reasonable Republican or their own version of Trump's insanity, they won't be able to match it. They won't be popular, and they won't be accepted by the rank and file. So I think that, again, this could be the destruction of the Republican Party, is that Trump can't run again physically, or he, who knows where he's going to be in 4 years. And yet the voters in the Republican primaries are not going to accept a non-Trump candidate, right? And they don't want Diet Trump. They want Trump original. They may not be able to have Trump original anymore. So I don't know. Again, that's a hot take. That's a bold prediction. To some degree, in a two-party system, you can never really eliminate one party. I mean, the one party can't be fully destroyed, as much as, you got people on the bulwark saying, like, I'm a real Republican, or I used to be a Republican, but now the real Republicans are not Republicans any, however you want to look at it. Like, I don't think that the Republican Party can endure much longer, with or without Trump, basically. So I don't know where that leaves them. Yeah, that's kind of my thoughts on that.
Yeah. Well, we should do a post-election roundup, I think, after all the dust settles. It doesn't seem like we'll maybe know the winner the night of. It might take a little while to shake out, but yeah, let's follow up once we have more of an idea who the winners are going to be. But I don't know, any final thoughts to your brethren here in America before we head to the polls here?
I don't know. Do the right thing. Try to keep the crazy person out, but continue to apply pressure to the Democrats. I mean, I think if Kamala does win this thing, we need to put the pressure on Kamala, and at that point she will have won. She doesn't have to worry about this or that or whatever. I think she needs to still feel the pressure of the Democratic voters on her to do the right thing on some issues here. So she has gotten through this election without having to take a lot of strong positions, partially because she can't go against anything that Joe Biden has done. And so I think she's been able to skate through, rightly or wrongly. And in a way, I think it's a good thing. I think we have to hold her to too many issues. We're going to make her take some unpopular stances, and it's going to hurt her chances. But if and when she's elected, we need to keep up the pressure to make her do the right thing on some issues there.
Yeah. Well, everyone should vote. I got our ballots requested in the mail. I got mine already. Ash is getting hers in a few days. So we're going to have to do some research on the local candidates because I'm less clear about that. But
yeah. Same here. I need to request mine next week as well. So yeah. I listened to some old '90s stuff the other day. I got home. I was a little bit drunk or something after a wild night out, and I was going through some. And a band from the 1990s that we never really think about anymore, but was actually a pretty iconic alternative rock band in the 90s.
Who's that?
Bush.
You
ever go back and listen to Bush? Like,
a little bit, yeah. No, they had some hits for sure. I had their Razorblade Suitcase album when I was a kid, so yeah, I was right there with that.
I don't remember if that's the album I had. I definitely had one of their albums, and I think like in the 90s they were kind of seen as kind of like an also ran, right? Like they were not as
they never got the respect from the critics. It felt like it was always like, oh, this band coming in late, doing what everyone else is doing, but they had some good songs.
Oh yeah, I mean, like Everything Zen, Machine
Sure.
Head, Mouth on the American Werewolf in Paris soundtrack was kind of a banger, low key. They had a lot of stuff going on there, and when you listen to it now, it's just like, oh my God, this is pure 90s. This is just such 90s vibe here. And but yeah, like they didn't get the respect. They weren't the Smashing Pumpkins. They weren't like whatever. Like God. They weren't Nirvana exactly, but like they were doing something. And then, he was dating Gavin Rossdale or whatever his name was dating what's her name? No Doubt, Gwen Stefani and stuff.
Well, they were married.
Okay. Yeah. More so. Yeah. Then it didn't work out or whatever, and whatever happened there. But yeah, like I mean, yeah, if you listen to those songs, they were pretty iconic and actually better than I remember almost.
Yeah, I'll have to go back and listen to some of those again. I have enjoyed revisiting some of those, but yeah, I was trying to think what movie it was that Ash and I were watching that had one of their songs in it. It was one of Marky Mark's first roles.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I think it was Fear, maybe.
Huh. Okay, maybe I haven't seen that. I don't know. Okay.
Yeah, 1996. Mark Wahlberg, Reese Witherspoon, William Peterson, Alyssa Milano.
Okay.
That had some Bush songs on it.
Yeah. I mean, isn't Mark Wahlberg, isn't he like a horrible racist though? Didn't he like do some violent assaults on a Vietnamese man or something?
Yes, he did.
Not good.
Nope. Good actor.
Sometimes. I was thinking about one movie that I think is a surprisingly interesting movie. Did you ever see the Michael Bay film, Pain and Gain?
No. Is that with Will Ferrell?
No. Oh God, no. In this one, Marky Mark is a small-time gym trainer in Florida, and this is based on a true story.
Huh.
And he hooks up with a couple other guys. This one black guy who goes to the gym who's been taking a lot of steroids and has been suffering some side effects from that and stuff. And he's not getting as big as he wants. And then Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson also plays another recent ex-con who's a born-again Christian and stuff, who gets into the gym life with them and stuff. And anyways, like through a series of misadventures, what they end up doing is they're very frustrated. They've got all these wealthy clients in their gym and everything, and they end up kidnapping and torturing and ultimately murdering some of their gym members to extort money from them. And it's all based on a true story. It's a horrible, I think some of the victims and victims' families were outraged, probably rightly so, by this movie. But this movie, it's a Michael Bay movie. It's ridiculous. It's over the top. It's absurd. It's darkly, tragically hilarious in some ways. It's just absolutely like it's my favorite Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson role I've ever seen. I think he's outstanding in this guy that he is. Anyways, that's a film that's, I think, worth checking out. So.
Sorry, I was thinking of the movie Get Hard. That's something else. So.
Oh, what kind of film is that, Bob?
It's where this hedge fund manager goes to prison and he has Kevin Hart help him get ready or something. I haven't seen it. I've only seen bits and pieces, but I know where you're going with this. So.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So, anyways, that's one I would check out. So, but yeah, definitely. It's a very, very. It's like it's out of step with other Michael Bay movies because it's nonfiction, right?
Mm-hmm.
And yet it's still within the Michael Bay over of just ridiculous, over the top cinematic explosions, America, fuck yeah. It's got all that stuff, but it's perchance slightly smarter than his other movies, and it's sort of kind of trying to say something, and it's disrespectful to the victims of the situation that happened to them and everything. But I don't know, it's very different from the normal Michael Bay, and it's a better movie, I think, than it had any right to be.
Cool. Well, I'll check that one out.
Yeah. There's also a lot of talk right now about Scream 7 is coming at some point.
Oh, brother.
Yeah, we gotta holler at Asher and talk about that at some point, because
yeah.
They basically, they fired Melissa Barrera, I think, who was their new final girl for the last two movies, and when they did that, what's her name? Jenna Ortega, who I think is a great up and coming young actress. Also did not come back, seemingly for different reasons, conflicts with the filming of her TV show Wednesday, I think, was the excuse. But it seems like she's made pro-Palestine statements in the past, so it seemed like she may have been backing up Melissa Barrera. At that point, they just said, okay, we lost Jenna Ortega, who's obviously our our number 2 star in this movie, and she's obviously the number 1 draw star for an up and coming young actress. And so they just kind of cut everybody else loose and said, okay, we're gonna, we're not gonna continue the story of these 2 women who are the 2 main new characters in the show, and we're gonna go back and we're gonna pay more money to what's her name, Neve Campbell, the original, Sidney Prescott, to come back. And Sidney Prescott had not come back last time because they lowballed her. She felt she was lowballed last time for Scream 6. But now that they've lost all their new cast over the Israel-Palestine issue, they're like, oh, please, Sidney Prescott, come back. Please, Neve Campbell, we'll give you as much money as you want. Oh, you'll be the star again. We're sorry. It's just absurd. So I'm looking forward to boycotting Scream 7.
Oh, man. Yeah, I just don't know how many more times they can make the same franchise here, but
yeah, I really wish they would actually get away. I thought, again, Bob, you need to arrange it somehow so we can do a Scream talk with Ash here sometime, because I know he and I are both huge fans of Scream. So
on a similar note, we've been watching the newer Halloween movies. Have you seen those?
I have not. The last ones I would have seen would have been the Rob Zombie directed.
Right.
Or wait,
so,
that was not Halloween. Did he? No, he did do.
No, that was Halloween. That was Halloween. What I was going to say though is that it's kind of I don't even know if it trifurcated is a word, but it's even more than bifurcated, because okay, so you got the original Halloween, Jamie Lee Curtis. Jamie Lee Curtis then does a series of sequels to the original, and Rob Zombie comes along and does Halloween 2, and I think maybe another one, but those are in an alternate reality, so it's kind of like more of a reboot. They don't follow the sequels with Jamie Lee Curtis. They kind of take a side path, kind of recreating the whole universe. Now Jamie Lee Curtis has come back as an executive producer and star. She has now made more sequels, but they're not sequels to the original sequels that she made. They're sequels to the original movie, acting as if the other sequels, which she was in, never happened.
I'm intrigued. I will say that I am intrigued, because
they're not bad. I mean, I think they're quality-wise they're pretty good. It's just I've never seen a series take so many zigs and zags with its timeline as this Halloween thing is. So
yeah, my history with Halloween is pretty bizarre, because I think in living in Mitchell there, I think I had rented from the Bookery or something one night Halloween H2O, which was probably the first Halloween movie that I actually saw. So I was starting somewhere in the middle. And then I watched the Rob Zombie ones. I didn't see a whole bunch of the other sequels necessarily, but I thought the Rob Zombie ones were pretty good. I think Rob Zombie has some problematic tendencies in his films sometimes. House of a Thousand Corpses, and what was the other one he did? I don't remember, but good movies in a way, but there's some like problematic stuff in there to some degree. But there's something he gets right in his horror movies, I think. So, but yeah, I'm certainly curious to see the newer Halloween.
Yeah, we still haven't seen Halloween Ends, which is the most recent one, but we've seen the 2 others.
I've heard bad things about it, but I'll still see it or whatever. Well, Bob, it's 2:30 in the Friday night over here. I probably better start thinking about what video games I'm going to play tonight or something before but I got a gaming rig set up over here now.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
What are you going to play?
I might do some let's see. I rearranged my desktop earlier, so not all the games are where I expect them to be. I might do some Alan Wake, which I'm doing a replay of after like 12 years. It's a 2010 game. It's a narrative-based game about a man who's basically modeled after Stephen King.
Mm-hmm.
And he and his wife, he's got writers. He's had writer's block for 2 years, but he's like a nationwide well-known horror writer. and he and his wife go on a vacation to the Pacific Northwest, a small town, kind of like Twin Peaks. If you ever watch the Twin Peaks show, it's loosely based on like Stephen King meets Twin Peaks kind of situation. And his wife disappears. He loses a week, and he starts finding pages that he's written out in the wilderness, and people are attacking him in the forest at night. And he has to shine a flashlight at them and then shoot them to make them die, basically. But it's a very atmospheric. It's got an outstanding soundtrack with, like, for example, Poe. I think her song "Haunted" is on there, and some other stuff. Velvet, Indiana, or something. Hold on, let me see if I can pull up my. Hold on one second. Bob, can you still hear me?
Yep.
Okay, good. I'm checking my my Shazams because I Shazammed one of the songs the other day. Well, for example, they got Barry Adamson, "The Beaten Side of Town," "Among the Oak and Ash," "Shady Grove," Roy Orbison, "In Dreams," Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds, "Up Jumped the Devil," and Violet, Indiana, "Air Kissing," which is a very nice little song, very, very moody little song that was in the game. They've got some really good music in the game. So, an outstanding soundtrack. But I've also been playing Cyberpunk 2077, which is an incredible game. Very kind of like what was that movie from the 80s? And then it was remade.
Blade Runner.
Blade Runner. It's very Blade Runner-esque. So, and again, this is the game that I could not have played on my old computer before I got this new computer built like 6 months ago or something, 4 or 5 months ago. So this new computer is just a bit of a powerhouse. I'm also considering in the next few weeks, maybe picking up a virtual reality headset and just, really taking my gaming to the next level.
Oh, wow. Joining the metaverse.
Yeah. I'm 41 years old. I'm not married yet. I might as well make sure that I'm maximally entertained. I'm going all in.
Right.
So, yeah, anyways, Cyberpunk 2077 and Alan Wake. Cool. Alan Wake 2 is out also, and I have not played Alan Wake 2. It's not on the Steam store. It's on like the Epic Game Store, which is like kind of a bullshit thing, but like I'm going to try to pick that one up once I finish Alan Wake again. So cool. That's kind of what's going on there right now. All right. Well, anyways, Bob, I'm sorry. Also, this time I do think recording in the morning, I might probably sound a little bit fresher, although I was coughing a lot last time because I was kind of sick and stuff. But like, I know like after work, after 10 o'clock at night over here, I'm a little bit kind of like exhausted, and it probably comes across in the pod, unfortunately. But
no, you're fine.
Yeah. Well, but I would also say, like, I think to some degree that's a function of the fact that this debate between these two, there just weren't as many fireworks. There weren't as many big moments in this debate. So there's just a lot less to grab onto and really, take a bite out of, basically. So
I had the same thought when I was watching it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just there's not as much we can say, and it is necessarily less consequential too. I mean, that's part of Kamala Harris's weakness, is that a VP is less consequential than a P, right? Like, I mean, it's so that affects Tim Walz and Dave Vance. They're just, whatever they say matters less than what the principal says. So
true. I mean, the vice president doesn't matter until all of a sudden they very much do. So
until Joe Biden's brain falls out on the stage.
Exactly. But JD Vance is potentially one hamburger away from the catbird seat. So,
and we know he doesn't like cats.
No, that's right. Well, he doesn't. It's the women he doesn't like. He likes cats just fine, apparently. So.
Yeah. So I'm sure some of his best friends are women.
Yeah. Sure.
Oh yeah. All right. Oh, by the way, the Survivor, we talked about it last time, but again, Survivor is on a pretty banger season right now. They just had the merge last week on Thursday, But again, the guy who betrayed John Lovett and got him kicked off the season, he's still surviving and thriving somehow.
Wow. I would have thought he would have been gotten rid of.
He should have been, but they've had he's been useful as a number for some other people who have more power. So, but it's a good season though.
Cool.
So, all right. Well, Bob, I'll let you get going there and stuff. So, but yeah.
Well, thanks for doing this, Chow. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, and like you said, we can talk after the election. Let's see how it goes and see what happens and see what the new president's going to do, what they say they're going to do once they get in, how that's going to go.
Definitely.
And also,
maybe Jill Stein will surprise us all, right?
Did you see the Mehdi Hassan interview with Jill Stein and her running mate?
No, I missed that.
Wow. Are you familiar with Zeteo Media?
With who?
Zeteo Media.
Is that his?
Mehdi Hassan's new thing that he started.
I know him. I've heard some interviews with him. I know who he is, but is that his company that he created?
Yeah, well, he got fired by, was it MSNBC or CNN, whoever was employing him there.
I think it was MSNBC, but yeah.
Yeah, and they'd also fired what's his name, Velshi or whatever his name was. It was, I mean, since this thing with Israel Palestine has gone on, it's been a fucking Muslim journalist bloodbath. They've been perfectly happy to hire them and employ them for years, but when it comes to Israel Palestine and they hear the Muslim opinion on this stuff, and you've seen what's happened with Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib as well. Disgraceful how they've been treated. Again, Bob, I think this is the issue for the time right now. When the history is written about this period, like, people aren't going to be talking about immigration too much. People aren't going to be talking about the economy and taxes too much. It's going to be, what did America do for all the ethnic cleansing was happening? So, mark my words. So, yeah, but yeah, we can do another.
Awesome.
Sure.
Cool. Well, have a good night, Shaw.
All right. Yep. Have a good day there. You too.
I'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye.